Hello. Welcome everyone to the fifth round of the Asian Games 2023. This is going to be a very exciting round because India is going to fight for the gold medal today in the uh, tournament. And if they manage to beat Iran, who are the leaders right now, if you see right up there, Iran is actually leading with 8 out of 8 match points. Match points are the critical ones. Next are the game points. So India does have more game points, but in match points, it is Iran who is at in front. So we will begin with the game, and here you can see all the bars over there of the Indian players. We today have rested Arjun Erigaisi, and we have Pragnananda who's come back on the board, which is going to be very exciting. He's playing with the white pieces, and also Hari Krishna has white today. So it's going to be very important. We'll also check if we can get the bar of women players here, but perhaps there is a small issue with that, and we are not able to get the women's games on our bar. So right now we'll make do with this. Let's first begin with the game of Gukesh. And guys, let's have a poll in our chat for all those who are here. What do you think will be the score of India versus Iran? Okay, so India 4-0 Iran, like winning with complete whitewash. India 3-1 Iran. So maybe better India wins. What do you think will be the result? Not the score. What do you think will be the result of India versus Iran in the open section? Because this is I would say, a very crucial one. India wins, Iran wins, or you have a draw. Let's start the poll. So, okay, let's go with the game. Gukesh is black, white is Maqsoodlu. He plays d4, and Gukesh responds back with knight to f6, c4, e6, knight to f3, and now comes the move d5. Jaidev Dharia says 3-1 will be the score. Let's hope that happens, because a gold medal for India in Asian Games would be a huge thing for chess. Now, this is known as the Queen's Gambit declined, but knight c3, and he plays c6. What is the name of this opening after the move c6, guys? What do you think is the move? Now, Durante says it will be 2-2. Well, just so that you know what the pairings look like, so that you have an idea of how strong the teams are, let me just pull this up. We have Maqsoodlu versus Gukesh. So Gukesh is the higher rated. Prag versus Amin Tabatabai. Prag is higher rated. Vidit versus Idani Poya. So Vidit is also higher rated. And Hari Krishna versus Daneshwar Bardia. So we are actually higher rated on all boards. Well, let's have a look at the women's competition. India is on second board. We are facing Mongolia, and Humpy is playing against Turmuk Mungzul, who is 2-2-4-6. Harika has been rested. Vaishali takes on Munguntul. So that is a tough game because Munguntul is an IM. And Vantika is against Enktul Altan Ulzi, a good player who's a WGM. And Savita is against Bayarma Bayarjargal. Okay, so that's how it is. Let's go to the game. And you guys are right. It is known as the semi-Slav. We have Mayur Gupta, Sri Harsha, Shubhi Gupta, all of them who are saying it's a semi-Slav. Look at what happened in Vidit's bar. What just happened? Why is it minus 16.9? Maybe that's what happened. He actually took here on e1, but it shows here, here. Okay, some crazy stuff happening here. I hope it gets fixed very soon. But back to Gukesh's game. After c6, e3, knight came to d7, bishop d3. This is the most, how do you say, normal way to play as white. When I used to play with white pieces, I used to like this move, queen c2. It was known as the anti-Meran because what am I fighting for? With not developing this bishop, can anyone tell me what is it that white gains? Why should like queen c2, then later on you play b3, bishop b2. What is the reason for delaying this bishop? Oh, we have Sudhir in the chat. Hello, Sudhir. Sudhir bhai, if you are there in the chat, and I hope you are the one, then I can make you a mod here. Sudhir is the head of talent management at Nordwin Gaming, so it's wonderful to have him here. Shubhi says a tempo whenever black takes d takes c4. Vatsal Shah also says the same thing. Mayur Gupta also right. Harjap says fianchetto. I don't think Harjap that g3 will be played because you see this already e3 has been played. So you can develop this bishop here. I don't think the bishop would be removed from this side. So right now, white said, I'm not fighting for a tempo. Yes, I moved my bishop once, and then after you take, I move it again, but that's okay. Now Gukesh struck with the move, very typical move. Let's see our first move on chat chess moves. What should black play here? Black to play. Very typical move here. Let's see what are the answers that we have here. The move that most of you, I mean, many of you have said, and I'm very, very happy about it, is 1 second. Where is the chat chess moves? Yes, there we have it. B5 by Vatsal, Shubhi, Yash, Beast, Happy, and Rihan. Well done, guys. This is the correct move. So you go B5 here and you hit the bishop. Now the bishop has to move. So it goes to D3. A6 played. And the idea of A6 is to defend this pawn in order to play a very successful break on the queen side, which is with the move c5 here. That would be the best way to continue. And joining us all the way from the bedroom, the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta. Welcome.
Hi, I joined from Netherlands. I just came back flexing Amsterdam.
Well, good to see you, Amruta. How are you feeling? You are still jet lagged, I believe. It's still only 9 a.m. in Europe. So maybe
still not my time to wake up.
Yeah, you would
That's
be
true.
sleeping.
That's true.
Mayur Gupta says, why not immediate c5? Mayur, if you play c5, you will lose the pawn on b5. That is why a6 is played in order to play c5. We are looking at the game of Gukesh versus Maksudlu and Amruta. Very quickly, I'm going to show you what our battles are for today. We have on the men's, that is in the open section, we have a very important clash
Yeah.
between India and Iran. So Maksudlu Gukesh, Tabatabai Pragnananda, Idani Vidit, and Daneshwar Harikrishna. And in women, we have Mongolia versus India. So it's Mungzul versus Hampi, Munguntul versus Vaishali, Enktul versus Vantika, and Bayarma versus Savita. So India is the favorite in both the matches. There's also an important match here, China versus Kazakhstan. And also in the Open, we have Uzbekistan versus China. So these are a few important clashes that are happening today.
So
Also,
today Arjun has taken a break.
Arjun has taken a break. And Amruta, if you look at the standings right now, India is doing pretty well in both, in men standings and women standings. Iran is leading, but India can, if they beat Iran, we jump to number 1 spot, and we would have an excellent chance of winning the gold then.
So it's a very, very important
It's
round,
the
not
most
just for
crucial.
us, but you know, the other matches or matchups are also very crucial. So in a way, a lot of clarity we will get by the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Wow.
this
So
might
that's
be
why
a
you're
very.
here already
No, I'm very
very
excited
quickly
today.
after
Very
doing
important.
the visa and all that, Sagar.
Yes, I also went for my UK visa for Isle of Man. Going to travel there from the 23rd, and that's the reason why. But if India wins today in men and women, we will keep our chances alive in men. In men, of course, for the gold. Okay, so A6 played. Now E4 in the center. With this move, he is trying to play e5, c5. Gukesh goes instantly, striking in the center. E5 played. And Amruta, this is all theory. You know, it's been played many, many times. In fact, we
Yeah,
can
Maksudli
also.
is having in fact 1 hour 34 minutes.
Yes, this is very well known theory. And in fact, I want to also show our viewers our reference board, so that you know we can use our ChessBase 17 and live database. We have the product up there. So guys, we will also look at that, so that you have an idea of how to prepare using it, and it will help you in your tournaments. So here, Amruta, after the move e5, Gukesh took in the center, and he told his opponent that if you take here, I will take here, and black is better.
Yeah, and if you take on g7,
Then I will take back here, not take here, because then you will make a queen and defend it here. But I'll take back and I'll control this. So he took on b5. This is basically a desperado, because my knight is anyway hanging here. So Maksudlu takes here. Gukesh takes
a
back.
desperado theory, right? Because Maksudli still has 1 hour 34 minutes.
Oh, of course, this is theory.
Yeah.
This is theory. But Amruta, here's a quick question. If you take here, it's definitely a huge blunder,
Don't
because
underestimate me. Let's see the chat, how fast they are. It's all about the speed, guys. It's not about you, whether you can find it or not.
I mean,
You
it's
can find it.
already a piece down position, but there is a very good move to simply finish the game.
Yes, and there we have the very first answer giver, Shubhi Gupta. Then there is Nivia, Ekanta Raju, Shraddha, Mayur Gupta, Beast Junior, Akshit, Srirang, Pradyuman.
Beast
Amazing.
Junior wrote Queen H5, Amruta. He's saying the queen should go here.
Okay, but I understand his emotions.
Check and take this bishop is the correct
So
move.
today, Sagar, when you ask a question, let's try to see who can answer it very quickly.
Yes,
You know?
for sure. We will check that. By the way, he took the knight here, and now Gukesh here gave a check. Now, I'm not sure if this is the main move here, Amruta.
Yeah, because Rupesh already down to 1 hour 23 minutes, right? Did he take time for 8x b5 here? I am a little curious to see. No, not even that. So, yeah.
Yeah, he took
7
time for
minutes.
8x b5.
And one curiosity question. How many games have been played in the knight b5 position?
That's
Can
a
we go to
very
reference?
good question. Let's check our reference database here. One
Yeah,
second.
and you don't have to say very good question because that's what I ask generally. Sagar.
Yes, Amruta. I am aware of it, so that's the reason why.
I thought after Amsterdam you must have forgotten, so wanted to remind you.
Yes. Okay, so here we can see our ChessBase 17 board, and if we look at the game Here, this is how it went. Knight b5. We have a total of 2,413 games. And in this position, after instead of ab5, there is also knight takes e5 played in 800 games. And there's
Wow. Quite
also
a mean
knight
game, yeah?
g4 played in 280 games. And finally, there is bishop b4 check as well.
Okay, so one thing is clear. Gukesh may have thought for 7 minutes, but he was actually choosing what to do. For sure, he knows the theory.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So
That
he
is
chose the 8 takes b5 here out of all 95, knight g4, bishop b4, and then e takes f6, and here he goes bishop b4, right?
Yeah,
Which
and-
is just
and-
21 games.
out of 1,200 games, he's now chosen a line which is played very little.
21. Yeah,
Yes,
how much percentage? All the mathematicians there.
2%. Even less than 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking roughly, it's like precisely. That's
Acha.
what the 8th and 9th standard children do, Sagar.
By the way, g takes f6 is the main move here, and it has been played a lot. In fact, guys, if you check here, Anand versus Kramnik, this is all over here. You can find annotated games, beautiful match that happened in Bonn. Anand was playing this line, Amruta, and this helped him win two crucial games. Very famous game. Let me just ask our chat if they are able to find the move here. So bishop, was it this? No, I think it was the other game. One second. G takes f6. Very famous move, Amruta, if you remember or you don't.
Show me the position. I mean,
Or not.
it was in 2008, right? So I think after 2008, in the last 15 years, there have been a lot of memories. So I have to see if I remember this.
Oh, for sure. There. I mean, also this one. So here, Anand used to play this line with great preparation in the match, and it was very, very nicely done. So rook c8, rook a1, queen c5, queen g4, and the most famous line actually happened with uh, this
Saturday,
knight
yeah,
d4.
yeah, I remember. Okay. Fine.
Queen d4, rook d1 was played. This piece was sacrificed, but the idea was to win back here. But what he missed was knight f6. But
We were watching it live, Sagar, at
Takes.
that point of time.
really,
Yeah.
I was not watching with you.
No, I was watching it live.
Of
at
course.
his place.
King f6, rook b7, check, and Kramnik said, I'm winning the game because now I have two passers. What was the move that Vladimir Kramnik had missed black to play? Yes. Saida Bata, Clock, Shubhi, Srirang. Amruta, our chat is very, very strong.
Amazing.
So
Wow.
knight e3 came in and it's mate here. So had to take. And guys, put this position in your head because Amruta, there's no way to stop e2.
Yeah, it
And
was
queen.
so cool, right? It was so cool.
Yeah.
What Anand found after knight d4 was important. It all started from there.
It was a very, very important game that
Yeah.
was played. And I think that just
I think you were at a tournament or what during
Yeah.
this. Yeah, that's
Under-
why you were not watching.
under
it.
19 state.
Yeah.
I was in Pune.
Oh.
We were meeting some days. And then I would
Yeah.
come back and watch this.
Yeah.
So
got
bishop b4. By the way, if you look, Amruta, this move has not been played by anyone above the rating of 2400. Bishop d2. So Gukesh has
So
come.
Gukesh is actually well prepared. We are not going to be fooled.
Yeah, he's well prepared, but he's come with some new ideas. Now pawns are equal. e5, castles and castles. This is how
Oh.
the game has happened. But Amruta, if you look at all the games that have been played here, this is a correspondence game. You see here email, ICCF. This one, this is over the board. But I think majorly this line has been played in correspondence. So this is Gukesh's prep.
So he believes that his central pawns are going to be stronger than the flank pawns
Yeah.
right now. Because, guys, if you know, in middle game, majorly central pawns are more important.
Can you explain that a little bit more to our viewers? Like why in this position these pawns are more important than these?
Yeah, because when you're pushing these pawns, you're also, I think, attacking the pieces. Like it comes with tempos there. It's a tempi there. Not easy. Whereas for you to start pushing the side pawns, sometimes in the middle game when the pieces are becoming active, it kind of can be slower. Whereas in the end game, it's a little different without queen. So it is more, I believe, towards the possibilities of pieces, the piece dynamics.
Right. Okay. Makes sense. So here you are very much right, because
But
when the pawns
you could add it.
are
Yeah.
moving, they also restrict the pieces. While in endgame, these pawns might become more important. Rook f e1. Maksudlu now threatening to take, and take this pawn.
That's an important threat.
So Gukesh now plays a very surprising move. Actually, I'm very surprised, Amruta, because think about it this way: if you were to reach this position, you would definitely think about defending this pawn right here.
Yeah, that will be the first candidate move. The other one will be no, other one would be blunder. I would love to go rook a5, but then there is also queen a5.
Yes, but
Even if
rook
not a4.
e8 is a
Yeah.
mistake. Guys,
Oh,
why
that's
is it a
good
mistake?
question.
White to play.
Warm up, guys. All those who have lunch, you should be able to find the answer.
Why is this a mistake? Can you tell us?
Space advantage. One word answer. Space advantage. No, that was, I think, earlier question. Sanket Joshi asks, how are the colors decided?
Just they generally alternate, and Swiss Manager, the software which is used, it decides.
Arjun is
Amruta.
saying, why is Amrita rude today? Am I rude?
Not at all.
So
So,
I should be then.
by the way, knight d4 is the correct
Yes.
move, and this
We have
has
got a lot
been
of people answering.
answered by
Shubhi Gupta Clock, Srirang Nene, Mrinmoy Hazarika, Rishabh Chaudhary, Harshit, Sanket Joshi, Saida Bata, Adityan Samir, Avtans Asthana.
So that is a very good answer given to our given by our viewers. But the question then remains, Amruta, how
Yeah.
do you defend your pawn on e5? So here's
When you can't defend, what is the thing you should do?
I don't know.
Counterattack.
So let's ask our chat what is the move that should be played here for black. And I'm like very difficult for me to even understand what's the move. The Panshu, the gold will be decided by match points. MP is match points. Points are game points. So, first, if match points are more, that means you have won more matches. If it's a tie between match points, then the game points will be seen. So, the game points basically the margin with which you win, like you score 3.5 points, 3 points, and so on.
Wow, that's a really good question.
Actually,
there.
it's a very tough question.
And it's good. Like,
A lot of
don't often
people
ask-
are writing bishop c2. I don't understand what bishop c2. How can you play even bishop c2?
maybe they use ChatGPT. Yeah, a lot of them are writing.
It's so tough, right?
Amazing.
Actually, the funny thing is, Amruta,
Yeah.
Gukesh found this move.
One second, but don't tell. Or am I like? Yeah, let's try
Guys,
to use
all
it as a
those who are
training,
saying bishop b7, just
Bishop
knight is
B7.
hanging.
Maybe they wanted to do bishop f3. Maybe they imagine
But
it's a pin, but
it's not
a
so
pin.
good.
Yeah.
But this move, Amruta, rook d8, and it's a very surprising move. But I think it's Gukesh's prep. And guys, this is where you can see Parham Maksudlu's time is 136. He's still in his preparation. And he goes queen e2,
Well,
which
okay.
is unbelievable prep by Parham. Because
Yeah.
firstly, Gukesh plays something totally new,
And that too
hardly
on
ever
move number
played.
17.
Yes, and on no, not on move 17. He makes some new move like bishop
Oh.
b4 check, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was on move 12. And so Parham is well prepared even 5 moves down the line, and he doesn't get tempted by takes, bishop takes, knight e5, and here a very important move. Just saying to your opponent that I believe in my pawn and bishop. So what is the move do you play here? Black to play. Let's quickly get our viewers to answer this, because this is an important moment to understand what is the compensation here for black. Guys, we will go to Prag's game, we will also go to Vidit's game, we'll also go to Hari's game, we'll also go to women's game. All of that will happen. So we have two moves which are mainly being suggested, and they both are growing in the number here, Amruta. On chat chess moves, it's bishop to, oops, sorry, it's bishop to f5 and bishop to e6. The problem with bishop e6 is that you are not creating any real threats as such.
Yeah,
So after
A3 or
a4, white should be okay,
Yeah.
slightly better. But bishop f5 is very, very powerful, Amruta, because now I'm pushing d3 next, and this is good compensation.
Wow. No, this is not easy. Like, you need to know it.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
I mean, you are trusting that one central pawn for all the play. And also, you've given such an important pawn. I mean, it was a connected central pawn. So, what happens next then? If white plays accurately and Gukesh, let's say, may not have expected Maksudlu to know all of this,
Yes.
then it could be a trouble or what?
No, but this one I'm sure Gukesh was well prepared, Amruta, because
Yeah,
this is the
not here.
critical
I mean,
line.
I'm talking about the main game. If you go to Queen E2 now,
He goes Queen e2. Very interesting move, and that has put Gukesh in a thinking mode. He's down to 1 hour 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Maksudlu has 1 hour 34 minutes.
and one question very quickly again, if I go Rook A5, I guess the main problem is, oh, firstly, 95 is just, anyway, I can just go ahead with 95, right?
Possible, but I think Amruta, rook on a5 is slightly weirdly
I agree.
placed.
Like, even if I get A4,
Yes.
it looks like jailed.
Exactly. A4 looks like such a powerful move, and white is clearly better with b4 coming up. So
No, no.
Queen e2 is actually forcing Gukesh to be very creative here. Because now
So you're losing a pawn. E5 to ja raha hai.
This is
Like,
going.
forget about it. ठीक है? It's like चोरी हो गया. Fine. What next?
yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I
like
don't
we lost नासिक में मोबाइल चोरी हो गया था. We had some amazing games there. But ठीक है, what next?
I have one idea, Amruta. G6. Okay, just taking away back rank issues. Now, if you take, I take. I was thinking take, and now bishop e6. And I think if we can assess such a position like a4,
Yeah, A4, D3.
d3, rook d1, and maybe d2.
But rook E2?
Yeah.
Ah,
maybe
wait.
rook c8 with the
No,
idea.
don't just.
No,
when
I'm
it's a big blunder, let us.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought.
Yeah, nice move, rook c8 with the idea of back rank problems here. Beautiful. Okay, no, this doesn't seem very convincing,
So,
actually.
I mean, Gukesh knows that in such positions, giving up this pawn and then putting bishop on e6 or f5 with the d pawn is good compensation. So, I don't think he'll be too worried. But to just do nothing about this tension here and to play a move like h6 or g6 is not easy.
Okay, one more question is, what if I go bishop b7 and I just say I try to, because if you take here, okay,
Yeah.
1 point here, maybe I will check if I can take on f3,
For sure.
or another thing I could also check is direct rook d7. So my two candidate moves happen, yeah, for black to start calculating. I might start with this capture. Bishop takes f3. What
Queen
are you going to
takes.
take? Queen takes f3, queen takes f3, takes, and then this rook endgame looks like better
D3.
chances with, ideas
Idea
like a rook
D2,
a2, d2, like
A3,
so if a3 here, d2, and if rook d1,
rook
rook
C.
c8, this would be. But there is no back rank issue now. Like if you go back, there is still rook c1, right?
There's no rook C1 because rook E8 mate.
You have to not tell such moves, Sagar. Make it. Ask the chat. Let them awaken.
Yes. So, guys, Amruta fell down, but she's okay. No problem. So queen e2, and I believe that Amruta's move bishop b7 is very powerful, and Gukesh might do that. Bishop b7 and play, even if knight e5, you could take queen takes and then d3. And this will be a very, very interesting position to analyze because you are a pawn down, but you have this powerful d pawn. I'm actually a bit surprised here that such positions are okay for black, but yes, they are. Bishop c2 coming in, and such is the nature of the position. Okay.
Yeah, so I think we have understood the whole, like what to say, the position where Gukesh is basically giving a pawn in order to get some play, but that will max to max lead to equality.
Yes.
I would say practically winning chances for black is
No,
seems really
today
difficult.
Gukesh is not even playing
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
win.
I mean,
He's
he has
just
to.
playing for a draw here, or you can say just playing to equalize. And that's a good strategy in team tournaments.
Yeah.
Let's see if our players with white can strike. Let's go to the game of Pragnananda versus Tabatabai. And guys, please do hit that like button. We have 700 people. Let's get to 500 likes. And also, our aim for today, Amruta, is 13,96,500 subscribers. That is 405 more subscribers.
405.
Yes.
Exact. Okay,
Let's
do
hope
it.
that we can reach that as well. And now we are only 398 subscribers away. Let's go.
Dhairyas says only way to win gold is to win this match. Draw cannot earn them gold because India is yet to play China and drawn against Uzbek, whereas Iran has beaten both China and Uzbek.
Yeah, Iran has
Practically,
been
yeah.
is in tremendous form. Amruta,
And
if
who is the guy who is playing the best in the Iran team?
I think yesterday they got really Amin Tabatabai played
Yeah.
a great game to beat Javokir Sindaro. So let's see what happens today. He's playing against Prague. So he wants to beat another top junior. Knight f3, knight c6. And what does Prague do? He goes for his favorite Italian Amruta. Knight f6, d3.
Oh, you didn't do any trick
C5.
of Fry Lopez, Spanish, Scotch, whiskey, anything.
c3, d6, a4 played. Okay, so Prague has played a normal move. The threat, of course, is that if you castle, it's a huge blunder. Why? And let's quickly ask our chat if they are all awake and watching this. White to play. Yes, we have a lot of you answering, Amruta. This is good to see. We have,
They can't see the chat chess moves, no?
they can. There you have it. The move that has been played here is b4.
Oh, Saidi Bata, Clock, Shaurya Verma, PL Kanti Ghosh, Arav Mukund Ladda, Shri Harsha, Kati Raisan, Marudhai, Srirang Nene, Sarthak Tandon, and Vishwas Shiron.
So b4 is clearly a winning move here because it traps the bishop after a5, and this is winning. So that's the reason why Tabatabai goes a5, stops it. Then Prague goes and pins with an early bishop g5. As we know, this is also becoming very popular.
Yeah.
By pinning your opponent's knight. Earlier it was said that if you haven't castled, this pin is not very potent. But modern chess is all about being specific. Bishop a7, knight comes out, castles happens, and now
Oh, so you don't go for g5 ideas,
I
yeah,
think
with
he could
black?
have gone. It's a very, very logical and a good
And
move.
isn't it in Tabatabai style actually? That's how he plays. So I'm surprised that he castled here. Okay, he's taking it safe in some way if we look at it. Then h3. What's he stops bishop g4? Or he's
Well,
going to go for g4?
yes. So, for example, if you go rook e8, just as an idea, then here is a very, very strong move, which is g4. And Amruta, just to explain this concept to all of you,
Hanji.
uh, when the opponent has castled and has played h6, and if you haven't castled, then g4 g5 can be very powerful, and this
Yeah.
ulta can also happen to white if he plays, let's say for example, knight d2. I can go queen e7, let's imagine castles, bishop e6,
Yeah.
h3, and now g5, bishop g3 and rook g8. So again, same concept. If you play h3 and have castled, then black can go g5 g4, and the same thing is what Prag is trying to achieve here with g4 g5.
Yeah, very well explained. That is the hook here on h6. In Dragon, the hook is generally on g6. So we go h4, h5 basically.
And Saida Bata seems to be a very, very regular viewer of our channel, because he or she, I don't know, but they have mentioned that
Anish Giri
Anish
taught
Giri
g5.
taught me this, and I am 100% in agreement to you. Anish is the one who taught me this, and that's the reason why Amruta g5 was played here by Tabatabai,
g5
and he,
after short castle he went for g5
yes,
because this is scary. Is it like to defend us
yes,
in a way?
I think overall Tabatabai got a little bit mixed up with his lines by playing h6 and then also castling, because as
Yeah,
you mentioned, g5 was clearly possible, but
but no, even after now g5 you will just take. I don't understand, like, isn't it what white dreams of?
this is what Prag has done. But Tabatabai seems to be under control. He plays king to g7, and now Prag brings another piece into the attack, guys. What is white's move? Can you find it? White to play. Yes, Hemant Dhonti, that's exactly what happened. Yes, very good. Our chat is right on the ball here. It's important to create more attacking options against the knight on f6, because if you do not attack this knight, then you will be in trouble here. Kimaya, 24 months, member of backer of Indian Chess, says rooting for India. Thank you. So queen f3 was played, and this answer has been given by Shubhi, Clock, Devil's Trident, Himanshu, Saida, Vishwas, Srirang, Devansh, Aran, and Keshav Ki Patshala. Well done, guys. So queen f3. But I was also wondering a few other moves that were said. Like, for example, knight f3 was mentioned by someone, but that does not help, because after knight e7, knight g6, that defends. Also bishop e6 comes. Another move that was mentioned was h4, and again here just coming out of the pin is helpful. So black wants to break this pin, and it's important to keep the pressure going, at least for the time being. And we can quickly check if this position has been reached before ever in over the board chess, because we did get a lot of information when we checked the previous game of Gukesh versus
Yeah. By the way, Kimaya has been a member for 24 months, backer of Indian Chess, and she says rooting for India.
yes. Thank you, Kimaya. And by the way, Amruta, look at this. There's only I think the move that has been slightly less favored is this entire idea with a4 first. It's played in 1000 games, but then bishop g5. It's only played in 77 games. However, many good players have played it. In fact, if you see, there's Hari, uh,
Oh, Hari, in fact, has
Setu.
played 3 games.
Yeah, so it
Wow.
seems like a.
Kostyuk is playing this very often.
And if you go here, knight d2, castles,
Anish
h3.
Giri versus Ding. Anish
Anish
is
is here.
everywhere, as we
But
say.
it's a classical game, and in fact, even Ding seemed to have gone wrong with this move h6, because now this is exactly what happened in the game
Wow.
Anish versus Ding.
Wow.
Wow, and this means, and that could be that
Oh,
Prag
Prag
is
is
well
following
prepared, Amrita.
Anish.
Yes, if
Prag
you
is
see,
absolutely well prepared. In fact, he's managed to trick in this, slight move order here and there.
he has 1 hour 24 minutes. How to check live games in ChessBase? Itachi, you can just press enter after opening a board and the live database starts. So that's how you use it. But Amruta, if we go back to that Anish game,
Yeah,
we
how
can
did
just
Anish manage to win? Matlab, it must not be
bishop
very
e6
difficult
might
here.
be the move that is also played here by Ding. Oh, I remember, Amruta, we were commentating, right, on something
Which is a
similar.
tournament? Superbet Classic
Yeah.
in the month of May. Long castle, rook g8, rook f1. Wow, that's a very...
I think
For
rook
sure,
f1, the
Prag
idea
knows
is
the
if you
game.
take here, then just opens up the rook.
Yeah, and if you don't take, then maybe f4 or what? What does he want to do? d4.
d4 takes.
Still, I would say I would really don't understand rook on f1 much, but okay.
Okay, this game was very weird and complicated, but the main point to note here is that the game is not over by any means. There are many defensive chances, especially bishop e6 followed by rook h8, knight b8, knight d7, and I think Prag will have to be very accurate.
Yeah.
He might not win this knight, but he may be able to start pushing his pawns and coordinate his pieces better.
Yeah, but also one thing I like is that this is for Tabatabai, who is an aggressive player. He's now on the defensive side. Sometimes it's just that you're not very comfortable to keep defending in such an important round. So
Yeah.
maybe, I'm not sure, but of course he's very strong, so universally he'll be very good at defending as well there. But this discomfort might be a little bit of a psychological advantage to Prag.
Tanmay Agrawal says, was this game of Anish selected in Grandmaster Chess? Not this one, but he did play against Ding. So it was some other game, I believe, that was chosen by Anish, but it was against Ding. Shubi says in Italian, it's like many lines are transposing to each other. That's true, Shubi. We should push g5 mainly either when both sides have castled or at least white has castled. That is true.
Absolutely.
Or both sides have not castled is also fine to push. But
Or
when
you are very well prepared without castling when you're playing g5.
yes, and if one side has castled, which is black, and white hasn't castled, still g5 is playable, Amruta. I have seen games where it's completely fine, but here somehow it's mistimed. It's completely mistimed, and that's why Taba is now thinking, because he knows that he is in real trouble if he doesn't do something. One idea is to bring your knight to e3. And Amruta, why is knight on e3 so dangerous? Is because it's jumping to d5 and f5.
Yeah, that pin on f6 is something which is like a lifelong problem.
Yeah, and if you take bishop e3, then there is fe3 opening up the f file. So that way, we'll come back to this game. Let's check the next game.
Do you have any comparison for that lifelong problem, Sagar? What is the lifelong problem for you? Like this pin?
Married? Sorry.
Okay,
back
so-
pain, maybe.
But that I think you solved that, right? Yeah, no, the first reason was good.
Yeah.
Now we can go to Vidit Gujarati's game after Sagar has disclosed the lifelong problem.
Itachi says, how can I get live games from live tournaments like the Asian Games? I'm unable to find this one. So, Itachi, there's a feature on ChessBase. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so if you have this and you click here on live, then you get all the live games that are happening in the world. right now. So ECC, Yerevan, Germany, FIDE World Junior. But actually, Asian Games is not being is coming here because it's not coming on live.chessbase.com. So some events are missing, but yes, most of them are here. Okay, let's go here now, Amruta.
Yeah. Maybe another lifelong problem for you, Sagar, is that you've never played all the main lines of Sicilian. Nah, you played time now. Sorry, that also doesn't fit. Okay, let's go. Sometimes I only remember that you have been a Karukan player.
Okay, Amruta, let me make a very bold prediction right now. Vidit is going to win. Oh, sorry,
Oh,
Vidit is going to draw.
with black.
Yes.
Why is that bold prediction then? Like you can draw, right?
Because I'm just calling the result out without even looking, because I saw the position a bit, and it is this rookie one
Is it
line.
the Queen D6?
No, rookie one line in the Berlin.
Oh, maybe they have a simple strategy. With black, draws, and with white, going for a win.
Yeah.
Nothing new. Like,
But somehow, Amruta, here you should be slightly careful as black, because white has the bishop pair. And also, for example, this queen could move in and take here. However, if you go here and you take this pawn, then suddenly it's black who can start really pressing after knight h4. I'm threatening to take here, then pin this, and the white king is in some trouble.
true. Yeah, it can get complicated. I mean, not as simple as you predicted a draw.
Yes. So bishop c6, f3, queen e6, bishop f2, d6. And now we reach this position where Vidit is thinking. I would say Idani Poya has all the reason to continue playing. He has the bishop pair. But against a player of Vidit's caliber, it would be very difficult to win.
True, I agree. No, but in fact, I also feel that somewhere there, white also needs to be careful on the king side. Just a little bit.
Yes, true. When the knight could jump here if the bishop is not looking there. Sahil Batra is saying my lifelong problem is my hair.
No, he
sorry,
says
GM.
getting the G.
Too many lifelong problems. Marriage, hair, GM title.
Yeah. But how is hair a problem? It doesn't contribute to any intellectual or non-intellectual. Does it help the neurons in some way to be together?
No, it just makes you feel more, like when you wake up, and if the hair, it saves my time because they don't grow at all. So
It actually helps.
it's a helpful thing.
Yeah,
But
not
other
having hair is
people
a
think
help.
it's a problem, because
it's a
they think, oh,
perspective.
yeah, what happened to your hair? Where is it gone?
Yeah, true. It's a
I don't know where it has gone. Okay, Hari Krishna playing with the white pieces. Guys, we are slowly moving across all the games. If you look at our Dhokebaz meter on the right side, we have Parham, who's better against Gukesh, Prag, who is clearly better against Tabatabai, Vidit, who is roughly equal against Idani, and Hari, who is roughly equal against Bardia. Let's look at Hari's game.
Yeah, we've not seen the game, no?
E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6. Hari plays the Rui Lopez.
Yeah. If they are following the strategy of white going for maybe win, then your Hari would be under that
Some
pressure
to win, and that's why he goes for the anti-Berlin. If you see Amruta, he doesn't go for
that's a good thing.
g6,
Good decision.
castles, e6, take, and now Hari wastes even a move to strike in the center with d4. He took, queen takes, bishop e7, e5 played, c5, queen goes back, take, queen take.
Oh, the pawn structure for black looks so ugly, yet he is very fine.
Yes, Amruta, sometimes, don't go on the looks of something, because, yes, looks might be deceptive, but on the other hand, look at the activity. Double bishops here. You have only one. My bishop comes here, my other bishop comes here, my rook comes here. Then I can push this pawn, I can push this pawn. It seems like black has good compensation.
Correct.
Knight c6, and Hari Krishna is very, very keen that he get back his bishop pair. Like his opponent should not have the bishop pair. That's why he went knight c6 to take this guy. And now we are thinking, I think Hari will go knight d8, rook f d8, so that this rook can go to this file, and then knight c3.
Rook b8 anyway.
Rook b8 and b3. And I believe that this position is very, very nice for Hari, because there is no hurry. He can play very coolly and he can try to grind for a full point.
Really? Okay, this is, you are right. It is Hari's endgame, that style. Even if c4 and black tries to dissolve that double pawn,
Yes.
still, let's not forget that the a6 will be isolated, c7 will be isolated. And that's a very nice initiative for white there.
Yes. So right now, I would say that Hari might be slightly better here with knight c3, b3 continuing, but it should be around equal.
Correct. It all also depends on Birdia's form, like how accurately black is going to be playing here does matter. Sanket asks, why not knight c3? Where is the question?
I think instead of playing d4, maybe that's what he is asking. So here, let's say, for example, he went d4, right? So why not knight c3? I think it's a very playable move. It's a good suggestion, but it wasn't played. Amruta.
And we have Sanket saying again, Turkey chale jao Sagar bhai. I don't know why. Shri Hari says, grey matter inside is what matters. Ritik asks, pattern recognition is out of stock. When will the book be back in stock?
I think 10th of October is when all our books are arriving. So maybe in a week now, they are all coming in. So you will have everything on at your fingertips.
Sahil says, Sagar bhai, why chess and cricket are part of Asian Games, but not Olympics? Maybe it's a step, yeah. If in Asian Games we will be able to get some medals, then at some point.
No,
sure
I
British
mean,
will also happen
I mean,
for Olympics.
I think it doesn't matter if we get or not. Point. I think what matters is
Yeah,
if FIDE and the
that's true.
Olympic.
Also the one very big difference for chess in Olympics will be like the number of teams. Like in Olympiad, if you see, there were around 186 teams or something like that, which is very, very huge for the team championship and all of that. So maybe if it has to get into Olympics, I think what I was thinking is after Olympiad, the top 5, 10, something like that, those teams qualify to Olympics. If at all Olympics will happen in the future.
There could be many ways,
Or
but
many ways,
for
yeah,
now, I think
right.
no one's considering chess in that sphere of Olympics, because I think they need some movement or something like that, which
Yeah.
chess
Chennai ka
doesn't
protest
fulfill.
Udhar.
Yeah, I don't know.
Protesting in India again.
I don't know how exactly we should go about it, and it's a very interesting discussion for sure. If chess becoming part of Olympics would be helpful or not. Our initial thought is that it would be very helpful to have chess in Olympics, because then
Yeah.
there are certain funds out there which are only given to Olympic sports. Then chess players would get it, and also there's this aspirational thing. Every 4 years, everyone wants India to win medals in the Olympics, and chess could be a big part of it. However, on the other hand, we do a beautiful Olympiad in chess, which happened in Chennai last year, is happening in Budapest next year, where 198 countries participate. No, how many? 189 countries or something participated, or 180 countries. And this may not be feasible if chess becomes an Olympic sport. So, yeah, there are pros and cons of this. We can discuss more later, Amruta.
Sure.
Okay, so let's do a quick roundup of this match. For the
For the
time
match.
being, it feels like Amruta Parham Maksudlu, after making the move Queen E2, Gukesh equalized with Bishop A6. Because Queen takes, Rook takes, D3, King F1, and G6.
Okay. So one question to you is,
I don't know if it is equalized completely, but
I mean, the bar doesn't say so, but I think it doesn't matter for now. Let's ignore the bars. First, very natural
I have
question
one
if white
question.
starts just pushing the pawn.
Oh, 1 second. Can we just look at, instead of G6, maybe there was King F8, which was better move, but he goes G6, and now as you said A4. I think Amruta, the problem is D2. I'm threatening to Queen.
King E2.
And now for our chat to find a good move for black to play. Simple move.
Arey yaar. Okay, so yes, Ritik, I think Sagar did answer your question. We are getting the books around 10th October. After that, stock check and all will happen, and very immediately the books will be back in stock.
So the moves that we have on our chat chess moves, and Rook A4, well done Saida, Kush, Yash, Srirang, Sherwin, Guhan, Aditya, Vijay, Priyank. Well done. So Rook takes A4 is coming in, Amruta, and that
Yes.
will not work because if you take the Rook,
Deflection, the theme of deflection,
I
and then
queen.
you queen.
But I think Maksudlu has played a great move. He's played Rook E1, and he's telling Gukesh that I'm going to control the D pawn with my Rook, and then I will have an extra pawn and I'll use my queenside pawns. So Gukesh needs to be treading here very carefully.
Don't you think, firstly, that this, as we say, it's either a hero or a zero, but it's already materially down. Plus, it looks like more like a weakness near to the king. And if you lose this pawn, then you are 2 pawns down, which is like a dead lost position.
Yes. So I think Gukesh is in some
So-
trouble here. But Amruta, the next move might be critical as to what Gukesh
So maybe
plays.
let's ask the chat and let's try to find the best move here
Yes.
for black. It's an important position. Sakar says, sir, yesterday someone asked me about chess club and I told him about Phoenix Market City sent last year your video too to watch for more details. Oh, that is so nice.
Sakar Chess
Amazing.
is one of the amazing subscribers we have, because not only does he contribute very positively in the chat, he also contributes by finding the best tournaments that happen in Mumbai and in Maharashtra. He builds, Amruta, a small circular every week or 15 days, and he sends it in that group which we have for the club, so that everyone knows which tournaments to play.
Wow, that's a quite
No,
a-
that is
that's a-
just amazing, and that helps to build the community in such a big way. So thank you so much, Sakar Chess, for doing all that you do.
So we have some suggestions by the chat, Sagar. There's Rook C6, there's King G7, there's D2.
Parth Thakkar
And Rook
says,
A4.
Game Cho Sagar Bhai, I believe Gukesh should do draw. But I'm a bit scared, Amruta, here. Some suggestions which you said, like let's say one guy said, why don't we double here? There's no point, right? I'll just play A3.
Okay.
What is the
Yeah.
other move that was
King
suggested?
G7 was suggested
Okay.
by a few. Let's say you just improve.
Let's say I play Rook D1, because
Yeah.
my idea is to bring my king here and then
Yeah.
use these two rooks to start, as you said, pushing the pawns.
And let's say you go King F6 and ignore what white is going to do. If you go King E1, then you go King E5, you go King D.
Oh, king E1 doesn't work, Amruta.
But that was a plan, right?
Yeah, but I didn't see that black has actually Rook E8 check.
Oh, nice. If King D2, Rook E2 check is...
Yeah, it's just, then it's a easy
Raise.
draw, because now I take here, I hit this pawn and I hit this pawn, and it's a
Right,
draw.
right. No, Rook E8 is a nice intermezzo there.
So actually, Amruta, from this line we get that white is not able to get this move easily.
Right. So A4. Let's say he says, I don't need to do anything because you are doing nothing.
Yeah.
So A4. But I still can go rook d4 maybe here.
Rook d4,
And b3 now or a5.
b3.
No, rook b4 is not possible. King e5 maybe now. Just improve.
But now Amruta, king e1.
And king d5.
Do you want to
king
go
d2.
check? But
it's
now
a
there's
race,
no pawn
yeah.
on b2.
Yeah, it's a race.
I've improved.
King d5, king d2, king c5, king c3. You are in time.
Yeah, and I mean, white is just winning here. So, not this line.
You have to be so accurate with
Yeah,
black to
I
defend.
think
Man.
in general, Gukesh has to be very accurate. King g7 might not be the best move. In fact, the best move could be rook c8, Amruta, to come directly on the 7th heaven.
But there is no rook d1. So yeah, white needs his rook on d1. By the way, Harshit Raja in the chat says, I feel like we are heading towards a rook 4 versus 3 with a pawn for white.
And also, Harshit, the rook would be behind the a pawn. That would mean like some real trouble, like, or the b pawn. I mean, either he will exchange the d pawn for b or a pawn. And I think white would have a superior rook positioning in general. I don't know what would be white's best move here. I'm guessing that if he goes rook c1, Amruta,
Okay.
and take,
Oh, not rook c2, yeah?
and look at this idea, take. Because now pawns are equal. But
Yeah.
now white plays a brilliant move here, guys. White to play, what do you do? This is a move which...
Is it a brilliant move or you think it is a brilliant
I mean,
move?
it's a simple move, but it's a move which just seems so simple that you might think, oh, it's nothing, but it's very powerful. It's like, when your partner, life partner talks, you must listen. It's a very simple rule.
Yeah, but then you
But it's a life-changing rule. Because if you listen, really listen, not just... It's very helpful. But people are like...
You said
Just
what
like
you
how
listen, actually
put
I'm
your
going to
rook
listen.
behind the passed pawn is a rule. You put your rook here and that is the best move. Like you can see here, our chat understands it very well. Saida.
Rahul, Kush, Sid, Rajesh, Endbleed, Karthik, Noaman, Vivek, Clock.
Well done, guys. That's just fantastic.
Are Rohit Kumar sending laughter symbols? You should send a move.
By the way, Amruta, we are also moving towards our aim of reaching 1396,500 subscribers, but not very fast. We are 367 subscribers away, guys. So please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button so that more people can join in and witness if India can actually win a gold at the Asian Games. Not going to be easy. Especially a lot depends on this game of Gukesh, because even Amruta, if you reach such a position, the B pawn would be very dangerous in such situations. So let's say if rook a5,
Bit 2 is going to be very strong.
king e1, Amruta.
You only made that. Come on. You're responsible.
So now king f8, king d2, and I take this pawn. And I mean, even if you defend it, it's terrible because my b pawn is super strong.
Yeah. Also, what should black play? Like, what was the perfect play? Or was there any?
People are saying, is this gold? Well, the thing is, this is just the...
This is a must win, yeah.
It's the fifth round.
Yeah, no, but it is still a must win for
It's
gold.
a must win.
That is true.
Because it's a 9-round event. But if India does not win, then gold medal is very difficult because Iran has already beaten China and Uzbekistan. Okay. By the way, Amruta, can you spot a mistake in our standings? One spelling mistake. We can ask the chat if they can spot.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yes, guys. Instead of UZ, it's written US. So you guys are very quick to spot it. I'm actually scared for Gukesh, to tell you the truth. I believe that his position is not easy. It's like computer can hold this to a draw quite easily for black, I believe. Like, if you play such a move, then here you have to find now the move like rook e8. You can't take, as we just spoke right now, because then rook b1 is a very irritating position for black. So you have to go rook e8 to cut the king off. But then all of a sudden, there are new problems with a4 to be solved. And it's not going to be easy. But I think the right way to play is rook c8, threaten here, and then rook e8, threaten here. That's how you want to play as white, as black, sorry. So this is how things are, and I think Gukesh in some trouble. Meanwhile, Pragnananda's advantage seems to have reduced a bit as per our Dhokebaz meter. Bishop e6. I'm very surprised with Prag's decision, bishop d5. Guys, do you remember what Anish had played here as white? It was an important move, and I'm a bit surprised that Prag did not go for it. And also, we should try and understand what is the idea behind Prag's last move. So, firstly, yeah, Ramit, only white is playing for a win. So, Gukesh has a very tough defensive task. But I think Gukesh's opening choice was also like that, where he was like, I'm fighting for a draw. I'm not going to play for a win. Yes, Devil's Trident, Clock, Shubham Chaudhary, all of you are right. Itachi, that knight f1 was played by Anish against Dingliren, and this was the best move by Anish because he did not he did not care about this. In fact, after take, knight g3 to f5 and knight h5 is a big threat here. So you could never have taken this. But what Prag is doing, Amruta, is he's being very ambitious here. He's saying that if you take, I will take here, okay? And if you go here, what is Prag's next move, guys? Here, white to play. What was the square that was sort of made free because of the last move? White to move. Come on.
That was the position, yeah? The question you were asking.
No, bishop d5 was played by Prag. Yes, absolutely correct answer here given by Shubham, Vatsal, Sid, Adnan, Sherwin, Pritish, Devil, Pradyot, Bhavya, Akash. So, knight will jump to e4, correct? But I will go and defend it with my knight to d7. In such a position, how do you introduce a new attacker? What do you do as white? White to play. Clock, Blazing Torch, Ayush Shetty, Sherwin, Arav, Adnan, Dev, Shubham. Very good, guys. Beautiful. You guys are right on the ball. And Amrita, this move does two things. One is h5, h6 is a threat. Second is rook h3 to g3. And black is just busted. There's no way you can do anything about this position. You are in big trouble. So, Prag's move does look very smart because you can't take it. And he's putting pressure here. And maybe he wants to get rid of the knight or at least keep the pressure. But here, black has two good moves. Two good moves. What are the two defensive moves that come to your mind at first. Black to play. What are the 2 moves that black can defend with? Guys, we are eating rice. Basically, it's, what is it, Amruta?
Methi paneer rice.
Methi paneer rice. Okay. I love how the chat is coming up with some brilliant ideas here. And guys, you should be proud of yourself. All those who said Rook H8, Akshay, Itachi, here Devansh, Photography, Aditya, Durante, Vatsal, Clock, Anirudh, and also Knight B8, Nikipedia, Akshay, Pradyot, Shubham, and Prashant, because both these moves are fantastic. Now, some of you said Knight E7. That's a terrible move because you just lose a piece. That's not going to work.
2 pieces. Queen
Yeah.
F6 and Queen E7.
It's just terrible. And if Rook G8, all those who mentioned, now you're not doing much because I'm going Knight F1, Knight G3, Knight H5. So you need to be fighting against that move. And so Rook H8 at least fights against the H5 square. So if I go Knight F1, King can maybe come up. And by the way, Amruta, there was this game of Anish versus Magnus, I think, Bishop F2. And you need to be very careful here because if you take King F2, there is Knight E4 check and you lose the bishop and you're out of all the troubles. But there's also Queen F2, but then again Knight E4 hitting the Queen. And so the right move here is actually King E2. Very interesting, by the way.
Not King D2, yeah? Still Knight E4 check. Okay. But then it is
Or
kind of
King
only
D1.
moving. He'll find
But, oh, he goes Rook H8. He plays Rook H8 because, Amruta, the other move which I was mentioning was Knight B8 with the idea of Knight D7. And if anyone thinks Bishop B7 wins the Rook, Black would be happy to give this up because then he comes out of the pin and has minor pieces. Although this position is also very, very complicated and White can fight for an advantage, we won't go into it because Knight B8 wasn't played. Rook H8 was played by Tabatabai. And now, guys, will Pragnananda go Knight C4 with the idea of Knight E3, or will he go Knight F1 with the idea of going this way?
So, in a way, Prag missed a very big opportunity there, yeah? And now he has to struggle the game. What should he play here?
Not struggle. His position is still very pleasant, Amruta.
Yeah.
I think he should still go for Knight F1. And just Bishop F2 is nothing because King E2 here. I would even say that this opening this up might be dangerous.
Yeah.
But
can I go Knight E3 or like a normal?
Or Knight G3 maybe.
Yeah.
But here comes a classy move for Black. Can you find it, guys? This is a very tough one. And if anyone in the chat finds it, I'm going to be super proud of that person. Very tough to find. Guys, explanation of MP and points is written down there. If MP is equal, then we go to points. So first tie break is MP.
I thought MP is a member of parliament.
Match points, Amruta. I can see one or two of you actually finding Knight takes D5. Brilliant move. Because after take, Amruta, check to the king.
What, King D2?
And then taking here, and you have 3 pieces for a queen. So we are going to witness some amazing material imbalances here if Prag goes Knight F1 or Knight C4. But Prag might be aware of this Bishop F2 trick because, you know, Amruta, I'm also aware. I've seen this happening in one of the games of Anish. Because after that I think it was Anish versus Magnus in some online event. So I was aware that this is actually possible.
In a way, you have to be very tactically alert. And now Prag's time also is 1 hour 7 minutes.
He has time. Amruta, quickly seeing what Vidit is up to. I think Vidit is doing very well to keep control and not let Idani Poya get ahead. I think it's simple, guys. Vidit should draw with black. Gukesh should draw. Prag has to press with white, and also Hari Krishna has to press with white. Although the situation in Hari's game is very interesting because right now Hari Krishna has this very nice pawn structure, Amrita.
True.
He has all the pawns which are just perfect.
Yeah, but he played f3, and now if I go rook d2, are you going to go rook f2? Was that the plan?
Yes,
Because you
rook
don't-
f2,
rook d8,
rook d8.
and knight e4? No.
I was thinking maybe
It's
rook
an F5.
e1. So if you take, I take. If you give a check, then I block.
Then it's almost equal, yeah? Knight and bishop
Yeah.
there. So practically it seems like this is going towards a draw.
But no, Amruta. I would suggest that Hari Krishna just loves such positions. In fact, he would like to play on for at least another 30, 40, 50 moves. And in a team event, this is a great position to
Yeah.
have because you are not risking anything and you can
You
keep
keep
playing.
Yeah.
So, yes, but
Yeah, I mean, you can
objectively,
keep playing, but yeah, exactly, objective, it's a draw.
it's equal. Yeah. So right now the match is very, very precariously positioned. I wouldn't say any side has a big advantage because Gukesh's disadvantage is compensated by Prag's advantage. Vidit is around equal and Hari is around equal. So should we go to the
Yeah,
women's?
but well, there is one question which Pradyot has asked in Pragnananda's game, long castle instead of knight f1.
Yes, Pradyot. I think Prag could go for it. Long castle is just a very interesting
the
move.
only thing would be to, somewhere to fear, firstly to support this, and then trying to go for things like
Too long.
Too long?
Because I'm creating my own play, no, Amruta, here. But I think the defensive ideas for black are very limited. So knight b8 is a very normal
Once
move.
again, yeah. Okay, so long castle. So Prague might play knight f1 or long castle.
Yeah.
Either of the two moves, yeah, we
Knight
are
f1.
expecting.
Yes.
This is the most interesting game, I would say, of this round. But there are no women's games.
Sorry.
Women's games.
Of course. Let's go to women's game. Amruta.
Yeah.
So let's go to women's board. We have Humpy taking on Munkzul Turmuk. And Humpy playing with the black pieces. E4, E5, knight f3. And guys, even the women's event is extremely important because India could win a medal there. And what could happen today is if Chinese team, which is in the lead there, you can see they have 7 match points in the women's up there. If they lose today, then India can actually leapfrog or at least, come closer. Knight e7, bishop e3, castles, knight c3, take, f5, f3, take, f4. Wow. Humpy is really playing for a win. Her idea was to maybe play on the dark squares here with knight e5. e5. d5, knight e2, and c6 played. And Amruta, Humpy is right now has traded the queens and has come to this very interesting and exciting middle game. And I feel that she has good chances to press here. It's sort of equalish, but not drawish. Because there are many imbalances. The a file is open. You have the central pawns. The bishop can come here. The knight can jump. E3 is slightly weakened. It's playable.
Yeah, in fact, if you look on the first glance, it seems it should be an initiative for black. Because of the pawns, it gives that feeling. But of course, I think the main reason why it's still unclear is because of the e5 pawn, which white has. It's a passer there, and this knight is maybe in the future things like g3 and trying to go f4. Yeah. So good position for Humpy. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah. Vaishali, today Harika has taken a break,
Mm-hmm.
and Vaishali, after her yesterday's loss, which was a very important one, uh, because that helped China to beat India. Rest of the games ended in draw. Today is looking to sort of fight against Munguntul, who's a very experienced player from Mongolia.
It's the exchange Karokan, no?
Exchange variation, and this is
But
a
isn't
very
it considered like equalish?
I think in general, I would definitely say white has a small edge here, Amruta. Mainly because, by the way, you should not take this pawn because the rook will attack and take the b2 pawn. The reason why white is slightly better, and by the way, Prague has played a very good game here with white, so Vaishali might be aware of it.
Even Vaishali has played some amazing games in exchange.
I think so, yes. Knight e5 takes, and you can see that the king is slightly exposed. And if white can go, by the way, she plays rook c8. I was just wondering if we could go rook e3, bring the other rook in, and then swing it here. And already there are some deadly attacks proving up. Oh, she plays rook e3. Yes.
Uh, okay.
What would be a very good defensive move for black here? Let's ask the chat, because this is a very difficult idea sometimes to grasp, and maybe our chat would be able to tell us. By the way, Rakshit, thank you for giving us the update about women's bars. If we can get those, that would be also epic, and you have already spoken to Lee Chess, so that was amazing. Ekanta Raju, Sherwin Sanchez, very good guys. Amruta, look at this move, f5.
Yeah, ef6 here is a check, and then you
Check.
have to take with the rook.
Rook.
Oh, that's
Defending this pawn and trading queens, because otherwise I have a lot of counterplay here.
Nice. Timing very important.
So f5, if Munguntul plays, then the position is okay. Even f6 for that matter makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Harish, you are right. f6 or f5 both seems very interesting. Let's go to now Vantika. She's playing against Enktul. Enktul again a good player, but Vantika stronger than her. She plays the King's Indian, which is something that she's played often. A6, Bishop G5, H6, Bishop F4, G5, Bishop C1. You know, all that white bishop did was to provoke these moves. And later on, white is saying, I want to take advantage of this slightly advanced pawns. Let's see if that happens. E5 played by Vantika. Takes. Maybe D5 was better, but okay, take queen c2. She didn't trade queens. Queen e7, knight to d5, take on d5, pawn takes, knight b4. She could have gone knight d4, but I think this position is maybe equal or slightly better for white. So she goes knight b4, attacking the queen and the d5 pawn, defending the pawn. And now a very strong move, and I liked it a lot. Maybe you guys can think a bit. Black to play. What do you play here? The move that Vantika finds. So, all those who are saying e4, knight takes g5 is the problem, Amruta. because after take, there is a3 and the knight is trapped. It's still possible to play e4, but the best move is c6. And not everyone could find this move c6.
11 could find it.
11.
Yeah.
Name is 11. And
Arav had mentioned c5, which could be on the similar lines, but
no, I don't like c5 at all, Amruta, because if you play c5, the knight is just trapped.
Arey haan.
So c6, the point is if
But
you
many
play
people had suggested bishop f5, Sagar.
to take advantage of the
90,
c2
yeah,
square. Very
yeah.
interesting. But then now I go knight e1, taking control of this, threatening e4 and a3.
Yeah.
Again,
Because bishop f5 did look natural, but
yes,
unfortunately...
bishop f5, good move for all those, but not a good move. I mean, good idea, but not a good move. c6, I think e4 could be played. Then you play cd, ed, and now you play bishop f5, because now you're looking at both these squares. And if now knight e1, then you can play e4. Suddenly it's a slightly different position, because now you have the d3 square as well. The pawn is not there on e2. So these are some little things to keep in mind. Let's quickly go and check last game. I think Vantika can fight for a small edge here. Ooh, Savita.
Wow, I love Savita's position.
What is this, Savita?
What? It's over? No, actually.
Let's see. She plays e4, takes knight c3, knight off, h3, e6,
G4.
g4, aggressive. Bishop e7, bishop e3, knight d7. You know, you should never sort of undevelop, but I mean, in Sicilian, it's a understandable move. You want to get this knight perhaps here, but you can't waste so much time. Queen e2, knight c6, long castle. Every move that Savita played was developing, right?
Yeah.
She got her knights out, bishops out, long castle, while black is completely passive right now.
Yeah, he needed b5. Actually, it was important at some point. So knight c6 and all of that.
Yeah,
Maybe it was
f4.
slow.
Take.
e5. No.
Rook b8 played. I think
she had
e5 would
played or
lose a
what?
pawn. No, Amruta, take bishop
Yeah.
e5 because of this spin. So played rook b8. Again, very slow. e5. Queen c7. Because clearly you can't play d5, because then you are just losing this,
Yeah,
Amruta. You
it's
go
like
h4, h5, g5, f5. I mean, there will be so many attacking opportunities.
You've closed the center and now it's clear for white to continue with the attack.
So she went queen c7,
But
take,
anyway, it is lost.
and
It is
f5.
lost. f5, nice move, because okay, f4 was attacked, maybe it was forced. And right now, if you go e5,
Yes, we can ask the
joining
chat.
yeah. Actually, maybe many moves, but let's see. So today's, for all those who are joining late, today's round is one of the very crucial rounds we are having. A lot of medal chances will be determined by today's round. So it's a round number 5. There are totally 9 rounds. Classical game. After 40 moves, there's no additional time there. And India is playing against Iran. So the top 2 places are fighting against each other in the men's section. And in the women's section right now, we are looking at India versus Mongolia.
Yes.
Yeah, whereas China is playing against Kazakhstan in women's section. So that is another important round, whether Kazakhstan can stop China. And in the men's section again, the important round is the second board as well. I think China versus Uzbekistan versus China. Right?
For all the people who mentioned knight d5 here, could be that it's slightly mistimed, because queen a5 does put a bit of pressure. It's possible to play that way, but the preferable idea is to just go back. Now knight d5 is in hand, h4 and g5 is in hand. So Savita is getting a massive attack here.
What was that, goat?
Massive attack.
Nice. It doesn't feel like the goat would love to attack though, but
Well, Magnus always loves to attack.
No, I mean the actual goat.
Hmm.
Huh. It looks like a say
But you
cute
understood,
and
right? Goat, Magnus.
yeah, of course.
What is it?
Magnus is the goat, right?
Means what?
The greatest of all time.
Oh,
Finally, I try to remember.
wow.
The chat will be like, what? Why is he patting her? What's the big deal in knowing what goat means?
By the way, we have Mehdi Yawari in the chat and says, I'm from Iran and I can see this match because of you guys. Thanks so much. Well, Mehdi, Iran is playing phenomenally in this tournament, so you should be proud of the Iranian players. Today is also, oh, look at what Prag did. He
Oh,
went
he
long
long
castle.
castled. Okay, now it is going to get extremely complicated. It's a war, and I think Tabatabai will try to find some counterplay.
Yeah,
It's not
I mean,
going to be easy, basically.
Tabatabai has to go for this idea, guys. Knight b8 to d7. And actually, Prag has kind of closed the doors for going for this variation. I think once you long castle, if you're going to play this way, the king will come under pressure this side. So I don't think that Prag is going to be tempted to take the b7 pawn there.
No, anyway, not he's non-materialistic. He
Oh
won't
no
go
no
for
no,
that.
Amruta, he will play this. I feel take, 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 take here, take, take, and then assess this position because knight for a knight, rook for a rook. So it's two bishops, and we have 5 pawns aside, right? But white has now 3 pawns and a rook for two bishops.
3 pawns and a rook. If you calculate, it's 5 plus 3, 8 points, and 2 bishops are 6. So, in a way, white is equal to 2 pawns up.
Yes.
If we just
Yes.
calculate it that way. And then the advantage should have been much better. But it's not.
But the
that
pawns
high.
are not advanced.
Yeah, the pawns are not advanced and
Rooks don't have open files.
yet, yeah. But yeah, this looks so complex to assess materially. I think is one of the weird situations for sure, Sagar. Nice design there.
But Amruta, knight b8 seems like a very, very normal move to play in this position. Although, with an engine sitting by our side, to assess this position is much easier than for someone to assess this without an engine. You might just feel that, oh, you might be lost as black. No?
Ah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
Tabatabai might not even go for this.
Exactly. That's a very good point. In fact, if we look at the material direct calculation, it does look better for white.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, so let's say if Tabatabai rejects this. In fact, for me, it was like white will reject this because you don't want to exchange the
But
queens,
you know,
so the
Amruta,
king
if
on
you
G7.
if you don't do it, my next move is 97 c6 and then start attacking. So maybe you have to do it.
Okay, still a question, Sagar. If you don't go knight b8, because if he wanted to go knight b8, maybe he would have done it before. Maybe.
Yeah.
What is the next move? Let's say maybe also ask the chat to suggest what are the other possibilities they feel that black can play. Majority of the people. How
Yeah, that's
does
a
the
good
thinking,
question.
where does the thinking go?
What should black play instead of knight b8, which seems like clearly the best move for black? But what are the other moves? Rakshit, India has not played China yet. So that is there's going to be an important game as well. Arjun is not playing today, Tirupati. Ravish Chaudhary says 97. Ravish, somehow f6 would be then hanging because the queen's path is blocked. What other moves? Blazing Torch says rook h5, but Blazing Torch after bishop f6, queen f6, queen takes h5 is hanging. So again, that doesn't work. Sohan Pal says bishop d5, but Sohan, that might be a bad move because after I take, your knight is attacked. And if you go back, my knight can jump forward. And this we saw after h4 or g4, white is better here. So you don't want to be taking on d5. Divit Mathur says rook b8, but Divit, that also seems very slow because here white has a clear plan of attack. He can go h4, h5, h6, rook h3. Okay, now not rook h3, but rook h4 could come in. But these pawns are just very powerful, so you can't really uh, just play. Vijay Ramados says rook h6. Vijay, that's a very creative move that you suggested, rook h6. Um, let's say I take,
G4? Okay, take and maybe.
take, and yeah, g4. I think this is very powerful. Even here, white should be clearly better because these pawns are just
These
running.
pawns are like cycling on a very nice track.
Yeah.
Like in Amsterdam. Yeah. Yeah.
True. So here,
Oh, by the way, Prashant Pal says Gukesh is losing. If that is true, we need to check that out as well.
let's look at Gukesh's game and see what is happening for him. Well, I don't think he's losing because Amrita, we left it here and we did see this move rook c8 and rook c1. And now Gukesh must not trade. I feel like this might not be the best thing for him to do and get greedy for this pawn because of this very subtle move which we analyzed, rook b1. And then king comes in and then the b pawn gets very strong.
Is always irritating, that to rook behind a pawn.
So rook c1, maybe the best idea could be either rook b8 or rook e8. The idea of rook e8 is to come in rook e2.
Yeah.
And if you go rook e1, then I go rook c1. Apun to idhar udhar karte rahega. Okay, but maybe Amruta, this move.
No, come on, a2 will be hanging.
No, take. That's exactly the same thing, right? Rook b1. But
no, rook d8 with the idea of
d2, and then you may have to go back and rook c8.
Yeah. No, then you've got rook on d8. No, why will you rook c8? Okay, got it. So that's still in control, but here Gukesh must not take on c1. It's a very important moment in that respect.
So yeah, this is an important moment of this game, whether Gukesh takes or not. And I'm not saying, Amruta, that this cannot be held to a draw, but it might be tougher.
So it is definitely better practical chances for white to convert because black has to be more accurate.
I agree.
So easier for white. Okay, so then we continue with Pragnanda's analysis there.
Or just quickly check the other games.
Yeah, round up. Maybe we can have a round
because
up.
Right after now, I think we are just waiting for Tabatabai to either play knight b8 or queen e7 is one thing that we haven't yet considered. Because, Amruta, my main point is that after h4 here, which is the typical attacking idea, rook a g8, I wanted to go. But I'm not sure because I take, and the reason I took this knight is because this knight could defend this, right? Once this knight is gone, then no one can defend this knight. The king is stuck. So now I can go g4 and you are busted. I mean, you cannot move your king. Your two rooks are tied up. You cannot take this pawn because I can take here and take your bishop.
And what's your next plan after g4? Is it h5?
h5, h6, yes.
Okay. Looks good. Yeah, bishop c6, I think the point is very good that the knight cannot defend d7. So that's the reason you are always trying to go knight b8, knight d7.
Yeah.
And then you are saying that if this is the best move, Tabatabai is in a situation where he will now find it, even if he did not play it before.
So then my question is, why should Prag not take here?
Exactly.
How is that plan? Because I take, you take, and now I play h4.
Rook b8.
Is this not scary for you? Like something like g4.
Rook b2.
तुमको कुछ फर्क नहीं?
f2 is also there and
and h5.
I don't see, like, even if you get there, I don't see like you have a clear what next. H6 aega. Yeah. That's the reason for black. He might think of d5 ideas and all that. Finally, striking in the center. So bishop c6 looks scary in that sense for white. I would say it's not an easy move even after long castle if you want to go bishop c6. The position is very hard. Do you see for both the sides?
Yeah,
Maybe more for black
more for black
because
because
he's defending, of course, and the king is weak.
it's like
But
one mistake, Amruta. It's like those people
yeah,
who are very poor
Hmm.
and they have like to make a critical decision, because if they make a wrong choice, they will be really like having no money left.
Hmm.
While Prague is more like middle class, or you can say upper middle class right now, where even if one or two mistakes, he'll still be doing okay. But black is really on the poverty line right now. Has to find that best move.
To find a skill, yeah.
Okay. So let's look at Idani Poya versus Vidit. And this seems really equal. Yes?
Wait, I'm seeing. Queen c2 he played.
Yeah, Queen
Now
C2.
can you go knight e3 and go in opposite colored bishop? No, it's same colored bishop.
Yeah, this should be the nice move actually. Very nice. So
this is safe.
Harish says after NB8, Prag's best move is knight f1, completely winning. What? Harish has come up with that knight b8, there is knight f1.
He says it's completely winning for.
A good question. Knight d7, knight g3, c6. I don't know, Harish, how is it winning? Yeah, it's just maybe not winning. Maybe black is okay.
No, this is complex, Sagar.
Yeah. No, this match is Amruta. Actually, if you look at
Quite,
it
it's
very,
actually getting stressful, no?
very
In a way.
objectively,
Yeah.
it feels like Iran is having that small edge because Maqsoodlu's position looks slightly better than what
Okay.
Prague has.
Uh,
Like the advantage Maqsoodlu has is much bigger than what Prague has. And also, Hari Krishna, I mean, this we left it here. He took and played f3, a5, b3, bishop f5, attacking this pawn on c2, knight e4. I'm very surprised by this decision of Hari. Knight e4.
Which decision you were surprised? Sorry.
Where are you, Amruta?
I got lost in some zone.
No, knight e4. So I thought he'll go rook f2 and defend this.
Oh, but knight e4, bishop e4, isn't it going to an equal rook endgame? Takes. Oh, it's not equal, yeah? What happened? Are you okay? Here. Okay. So let's see what happens here, because white is better apparently in this rook endgame. Fe4, rook takes e4, rook takes f6, and you give a check, and then you win another pawn. So that is the key thing, it seems like, because h7 is also under attack, and Hari will be a pawn up on the king's side, plus an active rook there. So this looks good. So not taking on e4, he's actually, after bishop e, you're not taking on e4. This would be in Hari's favor. But here, maybe for black, it's important that he either goes c4, which he kind of always has in hand, trying to dissolve the pawn, or just double the rooks here on the d file. So this can be a good idea for Bardia. And he plays a4. That was another one as well, with the rook on a8. You're trying to... Is he going to go c4 next? Maybe, yeah. He's not going to take here. Maybe he intends c4 later. But this is equal. I doubt, Sagar, this can have any, what to say, any hope for white, I would say. Objectively, I think Bardia is playing very fine.
He's getting rid of his isolated pawns. First he'll take here, then he'll do this, and then
No, maybe I'm saying that he won't take. He will go c4, and in fact, he will try to put pressure on those pawns somehow.
maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are right. Actually, Daneshwar Bardia should be able to hold this against Hari. And so actually it really boils down to
Yeah.
what is the Tabatabai's next move. I mean the
I know.
match is hinging on what Amin Tabatabai will play here. As black.
How much time has he taken already? Look, he had 49 minutes and he's been thinking for 18 minutes. Now
Yes.
that's a huge time, as we know in classical
And
games.
there's no 40
No,
move
exactly. Like 20
rule.
minutes is the max you should take in the most critical position. So in that respect, he's doing well,
He's doing
taking
well.
his time, because he needs to go knight b8.
Yeah. By the way, a very good move played by Gukesh. He has moved his rook to e8 as we
Oh.
had mentioned.
Very important.
So, you know,
Well done.
not trading, threatening this, I believe if Gukesh can hold this, that would be a big result for India. Because he is definitely under some pressure. Although I feel the Dhokebaz meter is not giving the right update actually. Parham is not so much better.
Yeah, now Sagar, if the threat is clear, that is rook e2, it means that you want to stop rook e2, then you go rook e1, then you go rook c8, again you threaten rook c2. In a way, isn't it perpetual to the rooks?
No, for sure, but I think White should not repeat. White
Then?
should try and fight for the full point. And Amruta, one of the ways is to go a3, rook e2, and play b4, so that your pawns are no longer attacked on the 7th rank.
Yeah, this is the position basically Gukesh will have to keep defending.
Yeah, and I mean here I think black really has great chances because rook on 7th, other rook can attack, pawn is well placed here. These pawns are not going anywhere. If you move this, this falls. If you move this, this falls. So Gukesh should be doing pretty okay here.
Just to continue once, rook c3 is defending this, attacking this, where if you go d2, oops, exactly my point was rook d3 and no?
Rook b4 is coming. That's the main issue here. This.
Ooh.
But yeah, rook d1 wins. But you could start off with rook b4, no, Amruta here? Just take this pawn.
You can't go rook c3. Okay, this is nice. I think Gukesh is...
Okay, he's okay for the
Yeah.
time being. By the way, Rakshit mentions if Vidit can play knight h4 and then sacrifice here and try to get in with his queen, there could be an attack. It's a very wishful thought, but it's an interesting idea with this bishop here.
No, but what if bishop h4?
Yeah, but then this should be fine for black, right? Because this pawn is just limiting the white pawns.
True. Somewhere true.
And by the way, a big moment. Tabatabai has found knight b8.
And he thought exactly 20 minutes.
You know what I done, Amruta? Takkar, kaate ki takkar.
Huh.
Like a real fight, a real tussle between two heavyweights here, because Gukesh, who was in pressure, finds rook e8. Tabatabai, who was under pressure, finds knight b8. So in a way, both sides saying we are not going down. We are fighting, and for Iran, a draw would mean the world because they have already beaten Uzbekistan, they have already beaten China, and a draw with India means that then they have faced everyone and they are on course to winning the gold.
So for their team, if you see, 3 games are right now already looking safe. Like there's nobody's losing, and only this game where it is extremely complex and any result.
You mean Gukesh's game looks safe to you?
No, for
Totally.
Iran, I mean you Maksud cannot lose, right?
True,
like
true.
3 games.
You are
cannot
saying for
lose.
Iran.
For Iran, for them, for their perspective, I'm talking about. So for them, it's the Tabatabai's game where they would be looking at no Tabatabai should happen.
But yeah, that's true. In a way, like India, you can say the same thing, right?
Yeah.
That we are okay on 3 boards and.
No, but for them, a draw is okay. For us, a draw
Yes,
is not okay.
That's a good point.
That's
a
very...
very good point. 2-2 is a great result for Iran because, guys, everything hinges on match points. If your match points are higher, MP, as is written up, it means your team has a is winning the tournament. But if the MP are equal, then you go to the game points, which is the points that are written there. For India, the game points are very high because we are winning by big margins. We are beating teams 3.5. We are beating them maybe 3-1 and so on. But what we don't have are the match points as compared to Iran. We are at 7. Iran is at 8. So if we beat Iran today, we'll get 2 match points. So we'll jump over them. So winning today is very important.
For gold. For gold.
Yes, for gold. Of course, everything, the fight is for the gold. And guys, imagine that if chess can bring in a gold for India at the Asian Games, that will be a very proud moment. Suddenly everyone would be like, oh wow, chess mein gold mila.
Yeah.
You know, we have had, by the way, 13 golds in Asian Games. India has scored 13 golds. I believe China has more than some 70-80 golds or something like that, 60-70 golds. They're killing the competition there. There's never a doubt that China would do the best at Asian Games. But India is performing much better than the previous year.
8 years ago, you mean?
4 years ago, yes.
4 years ago, okay. Sagar Prak can take his knight to h1, check the king and take the knight with the bishop. Not h1, maybe he wants to say f1. But I think this is what Sagar was showing, that if you go back, c6 comes in, attacks the bishop. And if you take, and then if you go a move like knight g3 with the
There's no threat also, no? Because
No,
knight
knight
h5,
h5
rook h5 is at least there.
No, then bishop f6 and queen h5.
f6 and queen h5. And then
But knight d7 just defends this, and then knight h5 is not possible. So this is just very good for black.
Amrita, China has 155 golds. 150.
What?
I said some 70-80 golds, but I was like,
153 is the exact number. Wow, says Subodip.
it's crazy, right? Like, China is not just an Asian superpower. They actually gave a tough fight to USA at the Olympics.
Yeah.
But you know, one thing which I got to know from my dad today, I visited him and he's a big sports fan. He said that India gave a very tough fight to China and Indonesia and Malaysia and all these badminton superpowers in badminton. And you know, we were almost going to win the finals. We won the silver medal in the team event, but that just goes to show that India is rising in many of the sports.
Yeah, because badminton earlier it was not so easy, right? To win medals in men's section.
No, of course. In badminton, Asian Games is as good as Olympic Games somehow. I mean, yes, there are some European countries which do well, but Asia has been like the superpower in badminton. In some ways now, in chess also, we can say that the Asian Games becoming more and more strong because you see in the Olympics, in the Olympiad, Uzbekistan won the gold. India won the bronze. So, you know, the two already Asian teams.
That's true.
Then you have China. Then you have Iran, which is doing very
But
well.
in this, no, but there was one difference. China was not here, right?
In the Olympics, they were in the Olympiad. They were not there, right?
Okay, so knight b8, and here I think it's an important again moment for Pragnananda now. It's like the ball is switching, yeah.
Yes. By the way, Blazing Torch giving a very good idea. He says take this, and when you come here, don't take the rook because you know
So
the
he's
rook is
saying
not
rook.
so.
He's saying rook.
He says rook ja. But he says because this knight is more important, why don't we take this guy? Very nice idea.
Blazing Torch.
Yeah.
Are you a title player?
No, I mean, great thought. But the only problem here, and black to play, maybe our guys in the chat can find what should black play here.
Sanket says table tennis, India beat China in women doubles, which is a big deal.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Also, NJ says swimming has the most number of events where China wins a lot. India doesn't compete for now. India mein the main problem is बचपन में when you go to a swimming class, they just throw you in the water of 5, 7 foot, whatever, and you are drowning, and then they're like, "Oh, she's drowning."
But
and
why are
I think
water
the teach.
sports not so developed in India? Is there some
I think
reason?
the way they train is must be very few people. In general, I have heard from so many people that they have been scared while it's such a
No, I
bad.
mean scared is not the
No, the way they are training is not. It doesn't begin well. People are scared. It really doesn't begin well.
Yes, Queen C8, unpin the queen is the right move here. Queen C8. For me, I think it maybe the reason could be that infrastructurally, there might not be enough swimming pools in India or something like that. Like I don't think that your reason of training not well could be the yeah. I guess so.
Lack of infrastructure in water sports. But imagine India is such a warm country, hot country in a way that to have these water sports is like we have so many parks. These water parks. No, you have so many water parks.
True.
Literally.
Yeah.
So maybe it's more like an entertainment. Like you don't.
So maybe the thing is training is missing and also the infrastructure is missing.
Training is definitely a problem. Definitely.
Okay. Well, let's come back to this interesting debate where we talk about things that we don't understand so well with great confidence. But B4 is what Parham played. And you know, Parham is like B pawn, तू आगे बढ़ेगा. You will go forward. And B pawn was like.
आगे बढ़ेगा but तू रुक ही जाएगा.
The B pawn is like, going alone. I'm feeling stressed out.
नहीं बिट्टू बोल रहा है हाँ भाई मैं जाता हूँ आगे. और फिर
But A2 बोलता है I'm also coming with you, my brother. I'll come. Suddenly
बिट्टू को रुकना पड़ रहा है क्या?
रुक आ जाता है. लंबी जुदाई.
Unfortunately, only the people who understand Hindi will get the joke.
No, but Rook A3 is just like these two guys never meet again.
कबाब में हड्डी.
Yeah, Rook on A3 is that villain in this love story, or you can say the friendship.
हाँ.
So.
Oh my God. Mohammed Shoaib says swimming facilities are not available in rural areas, but Mohammed, I think actually people in rural areas really do good swimming because they can swim in wells and rivers and lakes and ponds. So they are more experts, but their talent never comes out.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
no,
could
literally.
be. Could be.
I'm telling you, Sagar.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Arey yaar.
I think the dhokebaz meter is giving a lot of dhoka today to us. Okay, Amruta, we also have to look at the women's games very quickly.
Now let's do a little bit of 1 minute per game.
But first of all, let's just see what Savita did. Knight B6. She went F6. Interesting move. G6. Knight E4. Savita is going all out. Check. King B1. And yeah, I mean, it's still very, very promising for Savita.
But there is no break. Like, unfortunately, you're not able to open a file. If you go H4, H5, there is G5. So you will need to give a piece sacrifice somewhere. Or if you want to, maybe it's more like H4, G5, and if H5 is provoked, something like this, yeah? Yeah, that's why maybe F6 was a little bit more.
Or Amruta, I just go bishop E3.
Yeah.
Trade the bishops and then attack here. That could be also an idea.
And Sagar, very interesting. You can go bishop E3 after trading when the king goes to H7. Yeah. Maybe you have to check.
Nice.
And for HG4, you have H4 blasting.
Can we make those moves? Let's see.
But the only problem is Knight G5 will not take. It's like, so King B1, let's say.
Knight A4.
Knight A4. Then
bishop E3. Take. King H7 and now Knight G5. Wow, what a nice spot by Amruta. Still very, very strong as a player, finding these great ideas. Although King G8, it's still tricky, no?
No, but there are more ideas now with later Knight F7 and all of that. And maybe you can just go H4.
Could be. Or as you said, if the knight is taken, Then this comes h4, attacking the rook. The rook opens up against the black king, and it's game over.
Yeah. You need a file. Basically, you need one open file.
Yeah.
That's the point.
So king b1 played by Savita, and I would still say that she has good chances. But Savita doing well is important for India because Vantika now has a great position because we saw until c6, e4 did happen, take. She played this move bishop d2, allowing a5, a3, d. I don't understand why she didn't take here. I mean, maybe it's just unclear to me why she
Maybe
didn't
e4.
take.
She was afraid of e4, Sagar. After e takes d5.
You mean here,
Here.
e4?
Yeah, and where does the knight go?
But you can pin this, no?
Yeah, but bishop f5 and queen moves to.
At least, I mean, on the move, there's nothing happening. So,
Got it.
this could have been played, but she played a3 takes, knight g5, and now, Vantika finds this amazing sequence. I mean, Vantika is very strong, in many of the games. In fact, I was even analyzing with Vishy Anand in the video where we did for Waka mentees, and Vantika is one of the Waka mentees, and Anand was impressed with Vantika's play. So knight d4, queen d1, now f5. Suddenly, the central pawns are rolling. The knight is beautifully positioned. You can bring your rook in the center. Looking good.
Wow. So Vantika. So what is the round for women as of now?
So
Sagar?
right now, Savita clearly better.
Okay.
Vantika clearly better.
Okay.
Then we have Vaishali, who is equal, maybe pushing very slightly because of this weakness here. She can bring her rook. By the way, in that position where we were looking, f6 did happen. So that's how we reached this endgame-like scenario. Yeah, and I think...
So to like, if right now we consider they both are winning and this ends
is
in
a
a draw,
draw.
then 2.5.
And
zero,
Humpy is
and
also
Humpy
pressing
is
a
like-
bit.
So even if we consider a draw here, it's like 3-1. Like
Yes.
as of now, we are looking at the score 3-1 in women's section.
But should
That
we
would be
quickly
good.
check what
Yeah,
China is up to?
versus Kazakhstan, very very important.
Hoifan doing well against Bibisara. Zhu Jinner doing well against
Man, they are.
Kamaledinova. Tan Zhongyi equal against Janshaya. But I think Janshaya Abdul Malik has some
Very
interesting
complex.
chances.
Very
here.
complex.
Yeah,
With those
the-
knights, 4 knights, really active. You have to be alert for forks all around.
Yeah, but actually G4 is a very strong move, and in fact it could very well turn out to be better for white because the queen is being kicked around like anything, and then take. Yeah, so we'll come
And
back
Dinara,
to this.
what's the last
Dinara
score?
Sadova
She is
Kasova
better here.
is
Slightly. But slightly.
very slightly
Most guys
better.
playing really well.
No, it should be a draw, Amrita.
Okay.
Oh, maybe this is something to fight for. Yeah. So for now, it seems
China.
like China is doing
Maintaining
okay.
the lead. Yeah.
But if all depends on this game actually, Tan Zhongyi versus Zansai Abdul Malik.
Okay. And in the men's section, Sagar, what's up? Firstly, did Prag play any move? So women, as of now, we can say they're closer to winning the match.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
In men's section, what did Prag play? Prag is thinking. In fact, he's come down to
16. He's thinking in
38.
16 minutes.
Matlab, with that theory, he should be making the next move within 4 minutes. Max to max.
Bignesh Pradhan says, how was Levitov chess? Some discussions. Levitov chess, bhai, maza aa gaya. I'm writing an article on it, so maybe you can read about it. Fantastic event. Mainly, we met a lot of very interesting people there, and I think that was the highlight for us.
Yeah, there was Timman, there was Lubolevic, there was...
Can you pronounce his name correctly?
No, not Lubolevic, Lubojevic?
Lubojevic.
Lubojevic, man. Guys, can you guess the spelling of his name. It's
People-
already as
famous.
I know. So that's the whole point. It's like you've seen the name, you know the spelling number of times, but you have not said. कभी बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी ना. Hey, hi, Lou, how are you? It's like that.
Yeah.
Kirti has asked horse to c4.
Yeah, Kirti, that's a good move actually. The fact that you wrote horse and then said this move.
I'm not
You-
sure whether you're just started playing chess or you actually are,
She feels like this, these streams or these videos where you have a chess master disguised as a beginner. Kind of these.
See, Sharvil already wrote Lupojevic and the spelling is absolutely like.
Okay. Mom, Amrita, guess what Prag will play. You guess one move, I will guess one move.
ठीक है.
Okay, what's your move?
G4.
G4. I think he'll take on B7. Oh, I think he will take Amrita. He will take Bishop F6. Because, in a team tournament, this is a very safe decision. Because now you have no chances of losing this. And you can press as white.
Ah, really?
Yes. How do you lose? Like you have 3 pawns.
Hmm.
Also, I was thinking, Amrita, I can go King C2 next and then play B3. So all my pawns are very safely secured and you can't even win this pawn because I can pin you.
Yeah, in fact, I would say that this position, I don't even understand why white doesn't have much more advantage, So there has to be something for maybe knight c5. Yeah, 1 second. Maybe knight c5, you attack the a4 guy and force him to play b3. And then you go rook b8, attack the b3 guy, and then rook b1. And then your horse is going to go to c4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go to Gukesh's game. After rook a3, Maksudlu plays rook b1, and guys, Gukesh has to find the only move to keep the balance in the position because Maksudlu. What? Gukesh plays rook b8? I can't
Was
believe
it
it.
rook e2?
Yeah, rook e2 was the move. I can't believe that Gukesh played rook b8.
Okay, firstly, what if b5, rook a2, rook a2, rook a2, b6,
No, wait. Not this because this is lost.
rook a2, rook a2. Acha, that is lost,
This
right?
is lost.
b6 is lost.
is losing
Correct.
because
So you can't
have
take
to
on
go
a2.
back and then I go b7. You do here and then I go king e1, king d2, and then win this pawn.
Right.
I'm winning.
Right.
So
So then after rook e2, your threat is not rook a2. If
no,
b5.
no. Now the move,
You're-
very critical move, and maybe Gukesh has missed this. Black to play, guys.
What am I saying?
Black to play. What is the move here that Gukesh must play in order to hold, which he didn't find? But it was not easy. It was not easy. Not easy. Yes, Ravish Chaudhary, very good. 11, very good. Arnab Roy, fantastic. Sohan Pal, if you play D2, then यही मर जाएगा ना भाई. Mahan Khani, Amruta, Rook C3. Threatening Rook C2 and then check.
Oh my god.
And if you play Rook C1,
That's such a it's all about.
I can take this. This is generally a
such
very
a,
no. This is a
like,
good
nice
theme actually.
position
This is a good
and-
theme because
yeah.
Rook इसको मारा तो इसको मारेंगे, इसको मारा तो इसको मारेंगे. It's very common theme.
Correct. No, but I like the idea of rook c3 and rook c2, the whole, but it's, changing your mindset in
Yeah.
some way.
Yeah.
The whole idea is nothing to do with the pawns there, but you want to give perpetual. And
True.
that's tough sometimes. Like, it's not about finding something, it's just about changing the mindset. But now after rook b8, how are you going to, just let's say if I
No,
do
no,
b5, why not? Like, my first question is what if I just push the pawn?
Or Amruta, Your question is very good, and we can also discuss it. But I was also thinking just because you go king e1, then you go check and try to enter, right? So
No, but this time if I give a check, what if you go king d1?
yes, but then again you have this activity for sure.
Same rook c3,
So
rook c2,
I
but
don't
bishop
want
is
to give
anyway
you
there.
that option.
Right.
But
So-
what I could do
So b5
is
खेलो
b5.
ना.
b5 is
It's the easiest
okay, because
move.
now if I go rook a5, you play a4 and protect everything. So I go king f8.
Then can I go rook b2 first?
Rook b2.
Yeah. So that idea is king e1 maybe. Or no, not even king e1. I don't need to do that. King e7, let's say.
King e7.
And now can I go b6 here?
Ooh, rook a6.
And now rook b1.
Or maybe
Or b7
b7,
first.
rook here, and
And
rook
then
b1.
rook b1.
Yeah, this
And then
also.
if,
And then come here and
yeah.
pick this up. This is scary, no?
No, this is.
I mean,
Maqsoodlu will not leave this chance.
Maqsoodlu, I mean, Gukesh has no counterplay after b5. What is his counterplay?
Rook b6 maybe. At least stop the pawn there.
Okay. Rook b2.
King f8.
But now king e1.
Yeah, king e7.
King d2.
King d6.
And rook c1. So I cut your king, and now my rooks defend here.
Now I can't go rook a5.
Rook a5.
When your rook is moved from a1, you don't have a4. So
Take. You take, right?
yeah.
Take. A4.
You have the rook behind the pawn. Rook a. But this can be possible.
This is
to hold.
lost, I feel.
Lost?
No? Because I'll come here.
Rook a5, I don't know.
No, rook a1 is just, this is a famous Capablanca versus Alekhine endgame. Alekhine Capablanca.
Okay. No, then it's hard. If this is lost, then I mean, what else can you get? Which is
No, but I think Gukesh just missed not rook e2
The-
because he would see it,
yeah,
but he missed rook c3.
yeah.
It's a draw.
Sanket says, I think VD should try to push with the black pieces now. We desperately need a
No,
win
but
now.
what will Vidit do in this position? I mean, he might even risk losing Amruta because look,
Yeah.
this is attack. There's bishop here. The queen could enter here. I mean,
No.
no, this is looking not so simple for Vidit as well. Guys, Iran showing why they are a team to be really afraid of. Meanwhile, Hari Krishna doesn't seem to be better. You know, somewhere Hari's games should not be dismissed as a draw because he is very good at such endgames. So one of my thoughts was if Hari could go g3, king g2, king h3, king h4, king h5, king h6, and try to go after that h pawn using his king.
Look, black king is not just going to be sitting there and drinking chai and all that. King b5, king b4, king. Same plan is there with black.
No, of course. But somehow it feels like this pawn is weak.
Sid on street asks, Gukesh will come below Anand after this loss.
But he's not losing yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but he's worse. b5 played by Maqsoodlu Amruta. And as Amruta and I just discussed right now, the main problem is not that this position is bad because Gukesh's position was difficult all throughout. The problem is he does not have any counterplay now.
Yeah, that's what remember when he lost the e pawn, that was the biggest risk. Like
Yeah.
you will land up suddenly with those two pawns, those two dangerous pawns. So then I would say it's not just about Gukesh, but it would also be that the opening is not really a nice one.
But
Sometimes
Maqsoodlu came well prepared.
that's
We need to.
exactly.
I mean, at top level,
It's like you think you have prepared. It's like you think you are surprising your opponent, but then you get a return surprise. It's yeah.
True. Okay, Amruta, let's do this game. Abdul Sattarov.
Solikov says hello from Uzbekistan. Wish India team luck. Oh, he's from Uzbekistan.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. By the way, Abdul Sattarov versus Wei, China, Uzbekistan. Very quickly, we are having a look at this game.
Yeah, what's happening
Super
there?
complex, but the engine say it's around equal. Bu Jiangji Sindaro also equalish. Opposite colored bishops. Yakongir Wakido versus Ma Kun. Again, equalish. Very equalish. Zhu Jiangyu versus Wakido Samsidin. And here Samsidin doing well against Zhu Jiangyu, which means that overall this match does look slightly favorable for Uzbekistan right now.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Also, all the games which were equal or complex, also they were more towards initiative for Uzbekistan, I guess.
So very quickly checking what Prag went for this, Amruta. I was right.
Oh,
He did go take
Well
here,
done.
here. Because in the team event, it just feels like the right choice.
plus you are right. Practically, it seems easier for white to play. So why not when there are so many nice chances there? Yeah, iska, what do you have to say? Is it like a good one or is it like a good one but actually a stupid one?
No, I think it's a good bishop. It will be useful. But look at this. When I go g3, you still can't take, right? Because if you take, I just pin you and I win you. So you drop it back. And now you ask, I'm threatening to take here. If you move this pawn, then you lose this guy on g3. Otherwise, oh, there is f4, f5, by the way, to trap the bishop. But rook h2 is a nice, cute move, defending everything, keeping everything defended.
Yeah, and then once you've done that, maybe at the right time you just start pushing the pawn.
So, Amruta, for now, it seems like Prag's position is slightly better for him. He will keep pressing.
Look at the time.
Equal, no? The
Yeah,
time
it's come down
almost
to equal after 20 moves. Like, this makes us understand that if they had this 40 move time control, then at this point of time, they would have had to make another 20 moves in 30 minutes.
Right.
Which would not have been easy, by the way. Solikov says Shamshiddin Wakido has always been a clutch player.
Yeah. Possible. Okay.
Let's go to women's
Humpy
board.
pressing there.
Wow.
I think today the Indian women's
they're
team
really...
is looking in control. Humpy better. Vaishali slightly better. Vantika totally better. She played her rook to f to d8. And Savita, ooh,
What were the last 2-3 moves? Bishop
check.
f4 check, king b1, rook e8. Oh, now can you go bishop e3? The idea which you said.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah.
Possible. Amruta g3 played by Prag and king e7 by Tabatabai.
Wow.
Attacking the f2 pawn. Our moves that we are guessing are coming out to be roughly true. I'm thinking Amruta Prag will get tempted to play f4.
But what happens for rook g3, f5, right?
Trapped.
Gone.
He's
no
gone.
counterplay. Okay. So rook g3 would
So
be
just let me show the viewers who are new that if you go rook bishop a2, then rook a1, and the bishop is trapped, it cannot go anywhere.
Oh, nice. That's a nice trap.
So f4 you can't take on g3 and maybe take. Already white is quite okay.
Even if what if f5?
Oh, you're saying black goes f. Interesting. Very interesting.
I mean, normally for f4 that's what they do, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just still. But I like the rook h2 idea, Sagar.
Yeah, I think Prag might do either f4, which is very direct, or rook h2, keeping flexibility.
Yeah, keeping those tension.
Meanwhile, now look at what Parham has done. He's come with his king to e1 and king to d2, and he's telling Gukesh, What's your plan, my friend? Because I am actually, let's say, for example, Gukesh goes king d6, rook b2, king c5. We just analyze this rook c1 check. Yeah, this rook on b2 and then activating the rook from here seems like a fantastic idea, and clearly Gukesh in big trouble. King d2 is the live board.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for sure. No. Thanks. Okay, so we should focus on this game, Prag's game. I think that's the most critical game for today. After king e7, Prag is thinking, all of you must be knowing that after there are no 40 moves, so it's like you land up in time pressure, you forever in time pressure. Sit on Street says India has not hosted Asian Games since it last did in 1982. Hope we get to host sometime next decade. Oh, 1982 was the last one. Interesting. Hari and VD losing? No, I don't think so. Hari cannot lose that position. He's gone h3 last move. This is in control, absolutely in control. But I think here what Bardia can do is not to release the tension, to put the pawn on a3, create a weakness on a2. But I believe Hari will be able to hold this. Going to Vidit's game, what is he doing? Is he, by chance, would he be looking at other games and then, deciding to go rash or something like that? Or would he try to keep control? So queen f6, defends g5, has an eye on d4. And if Idani might go bishop e3, trying to attack the g5 pawn here. And it's very hard to defend this. I mean, if you go king h6, then already it's a mistake, big mistake. White to play very easy move very quickly. If you can write in the chat, what should white play? Yes, Vatsal Singla, Shashwat Topre, Sid, Praful Sharma, Mahan Khani, Akash Agarwal, Raging. Yes, you're right. It's a simple move, h4, and you're putting more pressure on this guy there. It's a pin, so you lose material. In fact, after bishop e3, that means that for Vidit, he will be forced to play g4. But maybe g4, nice move there. Lot of tension here. You will have to take, of course, take. One question is, does it matter if you take with which pawn? Not really. Take. And if you take on g4, Vidit will be a pawn down here. Of course, these pawns are doubled pawns, but he will be a pawn down there. And Vidit will have to find some counter play with queen h4, attacking this guy there, bringing the... How do you defend a g4? Like, oh, also there is another threat with queen g3, g2. So let's say if you go g5, can you go queen g3? Yeah, but it is getting complicated, guys. It is not as simple as it was, because there is already firstly a material imbalance. Secondly, then white will have the double bishop, which, in the material imbalance it might matter more. So can this knight jump in and come to the attack? Like h4 is a square which we have been eyeing for attacking the g2 guy, knight to f3 ideas. So this will get complex. And what is the time scenario currently will make a difference. Vidit has more time. He has 40 minutes. Idani Poya has 24 minutes. 31st move is happening. So let's see if Idani will play bishop e3. This will get really, really complex. Going to Prag's game, after g3 king e7, he is still thinking. He's down to 23 minutes. So let's move to Hari's game. After h3, Bardiyad has not gone a3. He goes king b5, and here he is starting the journey with maybe king b4 and intending somewhere to attack these weaknesses there. So Hari is thinking he could consider a move like e5, attacking these guys there, and get this exchanged, takes rook e5. Yeah, this looks more like simplifying. F7 is weak, c5 is weak. So yes, as Sagar said, it is objectively equal, but because there are a lot of weaknesses in the position, um, some miss here and there would really change the scenario. So we cannot just say it's a completely dead draw. Not yet. Ravish Chaudhary says just experienced earthquake around. Hope everyone is safe at their respective places. Okay. In the chat, we'll get to know right now, but might be a small thing, or how was it? Don't know what to say, how to react yet, but okay, let's go to the next game there. Gukesh's game. What's happening? Any chances of Maksudlu going wrong, or he is very much in the form? King goes to d2. Gukesh brings his king to d6, and Maksudlu is thinking. I think he will play b6, and that idea of rook b2, rook b1, just very obvious for him to do that. 5.5 magnitude. So that's fine. That should be fine. Okay, let's go to women's game and see if Savita's advantage is slowly after bishop f4. She played king b1, rook e8, and here she did not go bishop e3 trying to exchange this. She went bishop f3. If you remember, we were thinking of this another idea where she is looking for h4, g5, and then maybe a sacrifice there. You want to open one of the file here, so bishop f3 is that idea. But her opponent goes knight c4, trying to activate here. She might be intending e5, developing the bishop here on e6. So somewhere a5, a4, a3, it could get complex if Savita is not careful in the next 2-3 moves. So knight c4, she should continue with her plan of h4, g5, and after h5, bishop h5 ideas. This is the plan. She has it clear, but bishop a7. We have seen it very commonly in Sicilian when the rook is on b8. Even if the bishop you want to bring it back, what you can generally do is to go bishop a7 first, force the rook to go to a8 because that's the only square which kind of many times is inside the spin, and then you bring back your bishop to the wherever you want to go. But no, look at what Bayarma has done. She says, no, I don't really care about my exchange, and she has found an amazing counterplay move, b5. That's a very, very good fight there, because right now Savita will have to take the material, otherwise it will just not make sense to go to bishop a7. So bishop b8, queen b8, and well, it's still better for Savita, but she has work to do. She definitely has work to do, and black has secured his bishop on f4, which that's the reason, as Sagar had mentioned, it was important to challenge and exchange this important defender on f4. Okay, so still better, but becoming a little more complex. Vantika was better and is still clearly better. This bishop is attacked. Bishop c4 looks like a good move. Attacking this guy on f1, and then maybe you could take the pawn, open the file there. Next, going to Vaishali's game. Vaishali's advantage is very, very gradually, increasing there, and the major imbalance, bishop versus knight, and slowly h4, h5, she going to create a weakness here. Majorly, Vaishali has 2 pawn islands, and that is the thing which is giving her initiative, because black is having 3 pawn islands. So okay, I think there is very good hope in Vaishali's game as well. Going to Humpy's game, Humpy is black, and Humpy also very much better with the central pawns, with the space behind the pawns. Nice position there. E5 is now, f3 and e5 have been disconnected by the f4 pawn. So this is definitely a big weakness there in white's camp. So women's game, women's round is all safe there. We can say we are winning as of now. Going to the men's game, Maksudlu has gone rook b2. Arnab Roy asks, will these games affect the rating of these players? Yes, of course, it's a classical game and it will impact the classical ratings of the players. Okay, so rook b2 has been played by Maksudlu. Prag, he makes a move and I like that. He's gone rook h2 right now. But we can definitely say it's a complex situation. Prag doesn't have as much advantage as he had earlier, and Tabatabai will try to complicate matters. One idea which comes to the mind immediately is f5. Really looks very interesting for black. Maybe the other idea is to keep the knight on c5 to attack a4 and to provoke b3 there. So these are the moves for black, but they're not as difficult as to, finding knight b8 and knight d7 where Tabatabai had to think for 20 minutes. These are more natural ideas for black, so that's going to happen. And in fact, even for Pragnananda, the natural moves are there. h4 and g4, trying to push the pawns. These are the natural ideas. So we will see. Also, maybe the reason why Tabatabai will try to go f5 right now is because he might not want Prag to go g4 and forever stop this f5 break. Because look at this. Prag could go g4, stop f5 forever. Later he could go f3 and then he can start pushing the pawn, the h pawn. So that does seem like a possibility. So that's why I am expecting f5 from Tabatabai here. What about Vidit? Because bishop e3, bishop e3 has been played on the board. And now Vidit is thinking, it's been almost 8 minutes for Vidit that he is thinking. But g4 is an important move here. And why is he thinking such a long time? Is the question. Yeah, maybe he needs to understand that after takes, how is he going to find counterplay? That is the reason he is thinking right now. But it's a must. G4 move is a must. Gukesh is in trouble. Definitely in some trouble there. After rook b2, he goes h5. And what is he really saying? Because maybe he's trying to find something to confuse his opponent, but he really had no good move there. And Maksudlu will continue to advance the pawn with b6. I don't see much here for Gukesh. Like, let's say he goes something like g5. Can white go rook b1? Or maybe first b7 with the idea of rook b1. And let's say Gukesh says, I ignore, I do nothing there. And if he goes g4, the next move for white would be to bring rook c1 with the idea of rook c8, forcing a queen. And you cannot just sit calmly. You will need to do something. You will need to attack the pawn here, and the rook will be forced back, and white can keep defending this pawn with the threat of king takes d3, winning another pawn, and then slowly grouping in a way where you are able to get this pawn push. Okay, so h5 has been played in Gukesh's game. I would say objectively right now, maybe it's a moment to say that Gukesh is closer to losing. Yes, f5 on the board as predicted. Tabatabai has gone f5. And this is the question, what is Pragnanda going to do? Is he going to take on f5? Or is there any... What do you think, guys? White to play. What are your guesses for Prag? Or basically, if you're white, what are your suggestions here? Gavaskar says g4. But g4, aren't you losing the pawn here? If g4, h4, rook g4. Yeah, maybe you're losing a pawn with g4. Bala Murugan says rook e1. Okay, you want to maybe your idea is to open the file later, and then in the spin maybe you can intend something like d4. That looks very interesting. Yeah, rook e1 is a very interesting move for sure. Monstop says e takes f5. Yeah, this is definitely a thing to consider, as we say checks, captures and threats. So e takes f5, bishop takes f5, and once this pawn is gone here, these two are exchanged. um, you can continue with bringing this knight to c4, and do not forget that a5 is the isolated pawn there, a weakness which is fixed. So knight c4, this could get very very complex if Tabatabai decides to ignore that pawn and just try to go for the center here with the bishop here and um, another bishop here. Okay, I think very very interesting and very very to Tabatabai style. So could be a possibility. So maybe ef5, bishop f5, knight c4 is another thing there. F4 is a suggestion by Blazing Torch. Wow, F5 and F4. So you're just completely ignoring everything in the center. But one question is that G3 would be hanging in this scenario, and you really have not got anything in return for that. Because if you take here, can I go knight e5? Ah, was this your plan, Blazing Torch? Because here now you get d4. So not knight d5, but d5, and then black will be a pawn up. Okay, Prag has made the move. He has played rook e1. And Balamurugan, well done, because I think you had guessed the move. So rook e1, Prag maintains the tension here on the board in the center, and he's gone rook e1. So now, once again, Tabatabai has to decide what to do. Black to play. Will he take will he take on e4, or will he wait, or will he just move the king from e7? But can he go king f6 here? Knight f3 and d4 is another idea suggested by Siddharth. Rook e1 fails to bishop f2. But no, I think for rook e1 you cannot take bishop f2, right? There is rook f2. And for rook g3, there's ef5. Yeah, ef5 was possible. Definitely ef5 was another possibility. Prag has gone rook e1, and still quite complex there, because as we know, it's such a weird material imbalance there. There is this two bishops, and as Sagar had marked, let me try to see. These are all three pawns, this one pawn, this one pawn. So you can see white has these three pawns over here, and the knight for knight, the rook for rook. And here you can see these in blue are the material imbalance. So two bishops versus rook and three pawns. Two bishop versus rook and three pawns. Bikiran is asking knight c4 idea. Yes, I think that's definitely an idea with rook now on e1, because you don't have those d5 ideas so easily. There will be knight e5 as well. So I think Prag's game is very interesting. We'll come back here. But what did Vidit play? Yes, he did play g4, and this has happened what we were looking at, takes, and he goes queen h4, and that's a move he plays very quickly, which is a good news. Now g4 is attacked. Somewhere queen g3 could be a threat because this bishop is eyeing on g2 and the queen will keep an eye on e3, plus d3 seems to be a little loose. So queen h4 is a very, very nice move there. If white wants to defend the g pawn, then there are number of ways there. He could push the pawn to g5. He could go bishop e2. Oops, he could go bishop e2. What else can he do? Can he go a move like queen d1? But no, queen d1 has queen g3 because now it's a double attack there. You are attacking both these guys, and then white will have to play queen d2, but then with it will recover the pawn very easily. So doesn't make sense to do that. So I think g5 and bishop e2 are the two nice moves with white, and if bishop e2 will be played, defending this, not pushing the pawn very soon, queen g3 is what Vidit will play next. But this could get extremely dangerous with bishop h6 check incoming and later queen coming to g5. So yeah, man, this is definitely a little scary. Gukesh back in the game. What are you saying? What happened? h5, h4. Maksudlu plays h4. Why? Maybe he thinks that he has all the time in the world and black can do nothing. So he goes h4, which is not a move favored by the computers. Now Gukesh goes rook e. Wait, no, there was also king d2, king d. Now Gukesh goes rook e8. His threat is to go rook e2 check. Is that the threat? Rook e1. So let's say if b6 is played by white, then there is rook e2 check. You have to go king c1. That's the only move to defend this guy here. And of course, number of ways. One is rook e1 check and you lose the rook here. So rook e8 forcing rook e2. So white Baksudlu goes rook e1. And now Gukesh goes rook e8. Oh, that's completely gone now because b6 is a very, very powerful move with Maksudlu. Like right now, if he plays b6 and Gukesh wins this pawn, rook takes a2. Important would be, what is the move for white to play here? Guys, white to play. White to play. Important move. Only move. I won't say impossible to find, not tough, but Blazing Torch says, what am I missing? Looks like bishop g5 forks the queen and the knight. Yeah, but I think queen g3 where you're threatening a mate in... no, queen g4. Queen g2 is a mate threat. Yes, exactly. Mahan Khani, Star Lord, Akash Agarwal, Dipankur Anand, Siddharth Joshi, Sanket Joshi. Right, and that move is rook e b1, which will be very important because somebody did say, 2-3 people did say b7. b7 is a blunder. You will give a check there. King takes d3 and you will take the pawn. So that's a blunder. The other move is rook takes a2 if you play. Then there is rook takes a2. And now you think, okay, if you win this pawn, then the rook goes to b2 and simply you lose the very, very important pawn there, the b6 pawn. Or if you stop rook b2 once again, still it doesn't really matter. There is a check first, rook c2 check, and the same way if you take now, there is rook b2. Or if you play king b4, then there is king c6. I stop the pawn and in fact my pawn could become more dangerous. So that is the reason rook b1, a simple solid move defending b2 here, and now the threat is b7. So this would be completely lost for Gukesh. So he's gone rook e8, but what was the move which Gukesh should have played here? That's the question. Black to play. What Gukesh needed to play was, and I'm not really yet sure how, like whether this can also hold, but rook takes e1, king takes e1, and now if black to play, guys, what are your suggestions for black to play? It was not an easy position for sure. I what's no, I'm not sure about that. Wow. So there are two moves which mainly you would like to consider. One is king c5 and one is king c7. But look at this, king c5 looks so natural, but that's a blunder because the pawn just starts pushing itself, and there is b7, b8. If you go rook a8, then there is b7. You will try to stop the pawn, but now comes king d2, and even if you go king c4, saving it, it doesn't really matter. The king is cut off. Simple plan for white, 1 2 3 4, and you win the game. So this is where king c5 would be a blunder. So important would be to go king c7, and now if b6 check, your king stops the pawn, and then this rook has stopped the pawn. So both of them are doing their jobs well. It's departmentalized, and d3 is defended. So we would have reached this position, which would have had excellent drawing chances for Gukesh. But what he went for is rook e8, and I believe that this is the move after b6. Mostly this is rook eb1 after rook a2 is the move which he could miss. It's very possible to miss that, because I don't see otherwise a reason that Gukesh would go rook a8. Okay, so Gukesh still in trouble right now. Going to Prag's game, what has happened after rook e1? F takes e4 was played by Tabatabai. Both of them down to 20 minutes. And Prag takes the pawn with, he could take with the pawn or knight. He goes with the knight. So now the knight's all wishes of attacking the a5 pawn, the knight is like, no, I don't really care about you. What I really care is about myself, that I would love to push my pawns there. So he's taken knight e4, and yes, maybe f4 is in the air with the rook on e1 at some point. You have to be careful about possibilities like d4. And in fact, I'm not really... Oh, d5 was played by Tabatabai. He's playing quickly. Prag down to 15 minutes. He goes knight to d2, and his e file is opened up, but the king will now come to the shelter at d6, and I think this is getting very, very exciting because lot of passed pawns here. Blazing Torch says time for bed, 3 a.m. Missing obvious things. Love you guys. Good luck and go India. Arey Blazing Torch, thank you. Which country are you right now? 3 a.m. means maybe USA, right? That would be 12 hours of difference. Rakshit says Gukesh holding again. What's happening there? My god. Because he played rook e8, and what Maksudlu played was not b6, but he went rook e3, and he attacked the d3 guy over here. Gukesh now took on a2. So look at this, you don't have rook b1, and if you take rook d3 with a check, then you have king c5, rook c3 check, then you have maybe king b6 actually, and if check, then you have king b7. But basically the king stops the pawn. That's what it is. Still not very clear, but let's look at the game. After rook e3, rook a2, rook takes d3 actually is played, and king c5. Oh, this is happening in the game. This is happening in the game. So this is I think this is the best chance for Maksudlu. He has to give a check here. He must give a check, otherwise this obviously he'll lose the pawn there. So this is a position which we are reaching for sure. And here what Maksudlu will play is takes, defend f2 pawn, and Guki will give a check, but the king goes forward. Can Gukesh keep giving checks? Ooh, but there is a big problem here. The king will go to c5 and the king and the rook. Oops, rook f6. That was a mouse slip, guys. And f7 is weak and no, this endgame is hard. Very hard. No, I don't think Gukesh is holding. I can't say that as of now. This is very, very difficult. Unless Maksudlu makes maybe one mistake. I wouldn't say it is a draw. Oregon, USA. What about rook b3? Here, if you go rook b3, you want to defend a b5 pawn. Nice. Okay, there's a nice move for black. Wow. Wow, what a nice, like, I might give you a hint. Design. It looks like a nice design. By the way, he has given rook c3 check, but can you suggest a nice move for black? Black to play over here. Can you find a nice move for black? Rakshit is predicting Gukesh will hold and Prag will win. Wow, that would be amazing. Yes, SB Gaming, Rakshit, Shivam, Shubhang, Sid on street, I get what you want to say, but rook 8 a3, such a nice move because this is a pin. Your idea is to take here, and whichever rook is taken, you want to take on b3. So this would be like a draw, yeah. If you get this in front of each other, it looks like a bullfight there. But what Maksudlu did was he was smart. He did not go rook b3. He played rook c3 check, and Gukesh did not go back to b6, but he does a better move and he goes to d6. So what he apparently is trying to say is my king is going to be taking care of these guys here on f7 and g6. So that's what he does, king d6. And Maksudlu once again trying to think if he has a way to progress. Right now this rook is hanging. What does he do? Does he go rook b3? And does rook 8 a3 work? I just love this whole position if we get it again. Guys, what's the prediction of this game? Because I would still say that there were moments when Maksudlu had a clearly, better possibility to better ways to continue. But somewhere I still think it is giving some hopes. One wrong move and Gukesh will be holding this. One wrong move by Maksudlu. Inaccurate. I would not even say like a big blunder or something. Gukesh will draw. Bikiran also says draw. Okay, little bit of confusion there, but we will see. He goes king d6 and Maksudlu is thinking, I think let's keep shifting a bit in between, guys. If there are any results anywhere, do update in the chat. Rook f1 played by king d6 played by Tabatabai. As we were looking at, the king comes out of the e file. No more discos or pins. No more pins. And now Prag goes rook f1. What is his idea? Because he cannot go f4 so easily. There is rook g3. Okay, he is defending the f2, and what he must be saying is he wants to free this rook on h2. Is that what he wants to do? Is that what he wants to do after g4? But anyway, why rook f1? Right now it doesn't help in any way because you don't have f4. Prag could get into some sort of danger if Tabatabai finds this next move, which is bishop f5, which is pinning here. And let's say you go g4, the bishop stays there on h7, and now the knight is jumping to c5, d3. How are you going to protect the d3 pawn? Oh my god. Man, this can get dangerous. Did Prag miss this idea of bishop f5 and knight c5? The whole idea, the whole focus on d3. Because That's an important pawn there. Vedika says he wants to play rook h2 to rook h1 to rook g1 and then d4, but no, that's going to be very slow. Plus h3 will be hanging, so no, that's very slow. Harshit says in the last position we are discussing when Prag played rook e1. Why not knight c5? Your knight c5 you will lose the e5 pawn, so king d6 was important. Okay, bishop f5 found by Tabatabai. That means Prag definitely in some danger. Right now he needs to be still accurate in a way where he will keep the complications on even if there is this slight trouble, because otherwise this would be very very monstrous on him. So f4 is the move he must make, and that is following up with the plan of rook f1. He needs to go f4. He needs to say, okay, I am losing g3, but maybe there is no choice. F takes e5 there. By doing this, there is a disco. f5 will be attacked, and if you go king e5, it will be a mistake. White to player. If king e5, white to player. Can you tell me two nice moves here? A calculation of two moves. So that says rook f2, Sid says rook e2, Starlord rook e2, Yashu rook e2, Persevere d4, Rakshit knight b3, Vivek rook e2. Okay, so the right move here is, okay, if you play something like knight b3, which right now doesn't contribute to anything, you just lose the pawn here and then the rook. So rook e2 check, the king has to go to f6, forced move, but then it is in a big pin, and there you have a nice and amazing move. Nobody said the second move, but this was the reason. Amazing move. White to play. Can you find it? Okay, now that's a very big hint, so it wouldn't take much time. It's a matter of a few seconds, but white to play. Yes, Arav, Samarth. Well done. There is knight e4 check, and you see there is a fork. You cannot take, and you will have to take with the pawn, but it will be retaken. And then this is an important bishop which was completely irritating you. So this bishop will be lost, and Prag will have a better position because of the weaknesses there. So this is something which Prag should go for. F4 is a must move. If he doesn't go F4, he will be definitely in some trouble. Even if he goes f4, the position stays very very complex after rook takes g3, f takes e5, king takes e5. No, sorry, not king takes e5. That is the reason that Tabatabai will have to find this move, king e6, so that he revives the threat of bishop d3 check, trying to win the rook, and we are mostly going to reach this position. Yes, that's good that Prag does find this move. He goes f4. He has 9 minutes. Tabatabai has 16 minutes. Will he find this sequence of rook g3 and then king e6? Or will he say, no, I don't really want this pawn. Maybe I just move my bishop back. Will he do this? It's also a possible move. Bishop h7 is also a possible move, reviving your threat of rook g3. Okay, so this is Rakshit says Maksudlu has to find only moves to win. He has made some mistakes. Let's go to Maksudlu's game. We last left at rook c3, king d6. Rook takes a2 was played. Oh yeah, okay. He plays rook a2. Rook takes a2. It's already a very tough rook end game. Rook goes to c2, and Gukesh goes back rook a4, attacks this guy here, also threatens rook b4 maybe. Rook b2, stopping rook b4, and now Gukesh goes king c7. So that if b6, he's going to keep the king on b7 as we were looking at this. And now threaten rook takes h4, where white will have to put a move g3. Yeah, that's happening. After king c7, he goes g3 directly without b6. He's gone g3. But now an advantage for Gukesh than in the previous position, because instead of king on b7, he can keep his king on b6, which is a better place. Wow. Maybe Gukesh holds this. That's a good news for us, because now he has ideas with wait. After king b6, if king e3, the first question is, can you just try to collect this pawn? No, because after king moves here, you cannot take, as this endgame would be lost because white's king will collect all the pawns. So that's not going to be possible. You can't just do that. You'll have to wait. You will have to make some moves. You'll have to progress there. It's a patient game of patience there. Okay, so g3, but at least let's say this is a very very good news. It's the best position Gukesh can be in comparison to all the other variations which we were looking at. King on b6 and great chances for Gukesh to hold this. Going to Prag's game after f4. Yes, that's what Tabatabai does. Oh man, he finds this bishop at 7 and he doesn't go for rook g3 ideas. So this is a good move. Now Pragnananda has to make a very important move yet again with the white pieces. Otherwise, he will land in big trouble. So white to play, which is the move which Pragnananda needs to find. I would say it is very difficult, but in case you all want to try, let's do it. White to play. These are the two most important games right now going on. And looking at the bars, what's happening to Vidit? Vidit is slightly... Oh, Vidit is having a decent, in fact, maybe slight initiative. And Hari also in control. Okay, so that does mean these are the two most important games. F5, G4, F5, G4, Rook, E2. So these are the moves which are suggested. And there you are, F5, which looks so tempting because it kind of blocks the way. But then comes Rook, G3, and you have won the pawn there. Important pawn. You might say, oh, what if I go f6? But sorry, you open this guy there, so you cannot really push the pawn so easily. And then this rook is tied down for the defense of h3, this rook for the defense of f5. So in general, white's piece quality will be very bad. But Pragnananda finds it. Rook e2. He goes rook e2. Other suggestion by the people were g4, another natural move. Then would have happened e takes f4, and then the square would be vacated for the knight to jump in to attack d3. This, as we are learning, is an important weakness in Pragnananda's position. So he goes rook e2 right now, saying that you don't have time to go knight c5 because your e5 is hanging. And now if you take f takes e takes f4, then I will actually capture with the g pawn, so that no more the pawn is hanging. At the same time, I control your knight e5, and if you jump to c5 right now trying to attack, I have good enough time to push f5 and block this way and defend my pawn on d3. So this would be very good, because then Prag would be threatening b4 and entering rook e6. So rook e2 was a very very important move which Pragnananda had to find, and Tabatabai here will definitely take this pawn away. Rook g3. He will take this pawn. Oof, man, this is very big. VD's game ended. Oh yeah, it has ended in a draw. This is the last position. It ends in a draw. Okay, that's a good result there. Hari's game here is moving towards a draw. G3 has been played, but still black is having these weak pawns there. Should be a draw, but if there is any initiative, any slight possibility, then it will only be with Hari, not with black. So that's another good thing there. So both games, Gukesh, what is he played? G3 was played, king goes to b6, and now king goes to e3. So here Gukesh, will he play f6? F6 would be a nice move there. Because you see, the thing what black is doing is, he is controlling all these squares. So the king, if it has to go to d5, like I was just looking at a check. If king e4, check. But then there is king d5. No, maybe just wait. Maybe just maintain the 4th rank. maintain the 4th rank, and then in fact go g5. This looks good. If Gukesh plays f6 with the idea of g5, that looks good for Gukesh. Let's go to Pragnananda's game. Very critical. Rook g3 played by Tabatabai. He's finding all the good moves there. And Prag takes on e5. F takes e5. Now will he go knight takes e5? Yeah, very natural. Then king e6. Knight takes e5 will be played. And now the question is, you don't have f5 to block this. And d3, look at this. 1, 2 and 3 plus h3 is also hanging. What does Prag do here? What does Prag do here? White to play. Prag will have to play this only move. After fe5, knight e5 is not happening. He's played fe5. Knight e5 is a move which we are expecting. And yes, Yashu, that was quick. Bikaran, Manan, rook f6 is the only move. You have to give this check here. And for one question, all of you, if alert, king c5 would be a big blunder. White to play. Checkmate in one. Can you find a checkmate in one move? Of course, if you have 10 seconds, this king c5 is a very natural move. Not 10 seconds, maybe 1 second increment. Then you do this. But checkmate in one move, guys. Come on, guys. What are you doing? Half the people are suggesting d4, which is a checkmate. But look at this. Not happening because it is illegal. इसको देखो यार, ये है दूर कहीं. This telescope is there. You cannot play d4. But yes, knight b3 is the checkmate in one move. Beautiful checkmate. So rook f6. Knight e5 has happened. So Prag will play rook f6 for sure. And black will have to go back king e7. That's the only move. Because if you go king d7 there, then rook takes e5 will happen and you lose a piece there. So important would be to go king e7. And now you cannot go rook e5 because there is king f6. You will lose the rook. So this will happen. But what has happened is you have pinned this knight by doing so. And now a beautiful defensive move by white. Once again, Prag will need to find his only move, white to play. So this is a sequence which Prag needs to keep finding. And I think here white to play. Only moves are sometimes easier to find, which are like, way to, like, you have this first option, which keeps the control, and you have the second option, which is just dead losing. Then generally you find it. And yes, Prag has find it, and in the chat, oh, well done, guys. Pranav, Shubham, rook f3, because there is a pin, and Prag finds it, defends the pawn here. Rook g5 will be played, was played, because if you go this check, bishop d3, then there is rook d3, and then you will ask, oh, but rook d3, and you cannot take the rook, but you have rook e5 check, first this move, and when the king goes here, then you have takes and you are a pawn up. So rook f3, nice find by Prag. Tabai goes rook g5, simply goes back, defends the knight, and once again Prag is thinking. Still the rook is not hanging, but if you look at the position, now black's two pieces against the rook, like the two bishops against the rook, have definitely been very, very active. And those you see the pawns which were one of the compensation, they were not advanced, and it's no more the same thing. So complex, but initiative is with Tabatabai. So rook g5 and Prag is thinking. Okay, let's go to Gukesh's game to quickly check whether he played, what did he play? G3, king b6, king e3. Gukesh is thinking, oh, he has good time. They both have 15 minutes. So he will figure out for sure. He will play f6. By the way, if Gukesh goes rook c4 here before f6, white can actually, Maksudlu will actually be able to think of ideas like rook d2, giving up the pawn, and then entering the 7th rank, attacking this guy here. You cannot defend with rook f4, rook c7, any of it. You will have to push the pawn there. But man, this can first check, because oops, if I go king c6 here, now rook f7 threatening with a check. And if I go king c5 here, then anyway rook f7. Yeah. So what is the difference if Gukesh first plays f6? Can rook d2 be played? Because now if king takes b5, rook d6, the difference here, there is a difference here. And that is, what is the difference? Black to play. Black to play, an important difference. Oh, he goes rook c4, not f6. But for that, Maksudlu will need to be alert and need to play rook d2. Yeah, exactly. That's the difference. Starlord, Rakshit. Everyone's saying rook a6, but no, that's not the move, because if you go rook a6 here, you are entering a lost king pawn endgame. Look at this king, it is so close. Your king cannot just reach to defend. The king enters and you lose the pawn. So not rook a6, that would be a big blunder, a massive blunder. But check here, rook a3 check. If the king goes to anyway d4, e4, wherever, then if it goes here, then you have rook f3 and you defend. So king has to go to e4 and then you have check again. Now you might ask, what if king d5? Because you don't have rook f4 anymore. But this is the point of f6. The point is g5, the timing, because you lose the f6 pawn, then you win the h4 pawn. And this is the reason black would have hold. But what happened in the game was he goes rook c4. Wait a second. He goes rook c4 and Maksudlu does not play rook d2. He goes king f3. Now to play rook d2, you had to be extremely alert of understanding the whole thing. But let me tell you, it was not easy for either of the side. And that's why even Gukesh would have missed it in some way. King goes to f3 and once again Gukesh can simply go f6, and in fact much better way here with the idea of g5. This should hold. But he has to play f6. Wow. But let's say this game is going towards a draw slowly. In Prag's game, what has happened? After rook g5, Prag goes h4, attacks this guy here. Rook goes to h5, only move, because if rook f5, the rooks will get exchanged and you lose a piece. So rook h5, and now Prag finds another nice move, knight f1. He started the maneuver there. d3 is defended. You cannot take on h4. e5 will be hanging. And now he's threatening knight g3. So black for sure understands that it is such an irritating pin that the king needs to move away from the pin. And most probably king d6 looks very, very likely here, reviving the threat of attacking the rook on f3. But well, Prague will have quite a few possibilities of this check or even counter-attacking the rook on h5. So yeah. Blazing Torch says, at least my screw ups are instructive. Array, Blazing Torch has not yet gone to sleep. It's hard, right, to leave these games at such an exciting moment. Why not bishop d3? Where? Knight f1 right now. If you play bishop d3, then you lose the piece, because do not forget, this is just an illusion. It's a pin there. Rakshit says a lot of things are hard to leave. Yeah, like tea, for example. What if Prag doubles up the rook? But right now, knight f1 is a nice move found by Prag. He's intending knight g3, and Tabataba is the one who is trying to think One thing is clear, it's a big threat because after knight g3, Prag is threatening to win a piece there. So it's forced to move the king right now. The question is, where do you go? Do you go king d6? Or do you say the pin is okay and I would like to keep my king on e6? So that is the question. How is king d7? King d7 instead of king e6. But then there is knight g3. Because once again you move the rook, you lose the piece. So you will have to take this rook. And white will take this rook again. And now what is happening is, if you win this pawn, if you try to win this pawn, let me ask the chat a quick question, white to play, and just be alert. Rakshit says, looks like it's going to be a 2-2 draw unless a huge blunder. Okay, looking at the scenario, we were, I think, at some point we were going towards some trouble. So in a way, it would be a better result maybe. Yes, Neha, Shish, Star Lord, Dheya, Mani, Mrinal, Nivea. Absolutely right. And there will be a fork. You lose the bishop. So that's the reason. Be very careful where you keep your king. So knight f1. Tabatabai is still taking time. Let's quickly have a check on Hari's game as well. Oh my god, his king is cut off, but things look pretty safe still. Hari is a pawn up after rook takes h7, but he will lose one of the pawn. Should end in a draw. Going to Gukesh, did he play f6 after king f3? No, he's still thinking. He's down to 8 minutes actually, and he is thinking. We need to then stick with Pragnanda's game because this is really complex. Like, we don't know where it will take us to. Sahil says missing Nihal. Yes, but Nihal yesterday reached 2700. So that's very, very good news for all of us. Why not king d2 and get rid of all the pins? Asks Yashu. I think until now, you see that Prag had to make every move which was like the only move or like to find the best move. One slow move and he was gone. You are playing against these active guys over here. And yes, I understand you would be very happy to have your king on d2. But unfortunately, you did not get time. Time nahi hai. There's no time. So Taba is thinking. Okay, yes, women's section. What have been the results? Oh, all of them are playing. Let's quickly have a roundup. Humpy. Oops, this is Humpy's game. Humpy is clearly better. She is a pawn up and that too on d3 plus f3 is weak. So let's say Humpy manages to win this with black. So 1-0 here. Vaishali, still things are in control. So I would say, let's say this game ends in a draw. So 1.5. Vantika was clearly better and yes, she is winning. She has 2 pieces for a rook there. Should be able to convert this clearly better. So 2.5 half. And for Savita, okay, it is complex. She is better. So 3.5 half, but if somewhere things go a little bit wrong, at least 3-1. So women, they are all winning. And yeah, it's all safe there. Okay, king d6 played by Tabatabai. After some thought, he's gone king d6 because that looks more natural. Like when you're moving your king, why would you want to keep it still in the pin and keep it on e6? So king d6. And now, will Prag play knight g3? I think so. Because now if he goes knight g3, okay, let's say you go rook h4. Rook takes h4. It's a big blunder. Big blunder. Should I ask you why or should I tell you why? Maksudlu. Yes, Shaibi, there. Rook f6 check, and that's the reason it's a big blunder, and then you are going to lose this. But if you go rook king e7 there, then a beautiful move again. Once again, wow, look at this move, guys. Rook f5, threatening winning the thing here, and if you take, then knight takes f5, and that's winning. So what happened in the game? Knight g3 was played by Prag. Knight takes f3 was played by Tabatabai. Knight h5. And now knight h4. So you don't have that fork ideas if the king was on d7. So it has simplified in a way. Black has two pieces for the rook and a pawn. Rook and a pawn. So this also all of them on one side. So technically this is a equal position, but because there is material imbalance, we cannot still leave it like it's a dead draw. It's a little complex. Black has two pieces, and yes, there is this isolated pawn, and it's very hard for white to win that pawn, because if white does win that pawn, it would be very much in white's favor. But this should end in a, no, it's too hard to say it should end in a draw right now. It is going to get complex. It's definitely going to get complex after knight h4. Prag is thinking knight f6 or knight f4. He's going to just get his knight towards the center here. But things are in control, and I would not say that right now Prag is in trouble. But let me see Gukesh. Why is he thinking so much? Oh, he went with the other move, rook d4, which was another option, though f6 was... f6 is a move which Gukesh might be calculating and really wants to play, but then there is something which he's not sure about. King e3, and he goes rook c4 again. Oh, that gives another chance for Maksudlu to find rook d2. Oh. But now Maksudlu will find rook d2, because obviously he doesn't want to repeat. So when you are in a better situation, when you're a pawn up and you don't want to repeat, then you start finding other moves. And this is the way actually what can help Maksudlu to find rook d2. No, he goes king d3 this time. So once again, the rook will be pushed to a4. A question is, can you go rook g4? No, and that's a bad move with the same idea which we have been looking at, that white gets a chance to go rook e2 because he's not worried about losing this pawn really. Oh, no, 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 no. Rook g4 would be a blunder because of this reason here. White to play, find an important move. Oh, this has to be taken care of, man. White to play. Can you find a move for white? Oh, Vatsal, Dev, Mani, Shaibi, Sahil, Snehashish, Persevere, absolutely rook e4, and then here you force the rook exchange, going to a king pawn in game, which is dead winning for white. The king is just too far away. So king d3, so Gukesh will need to go back rook a4. Another question, if Gukesh goes rook c5, attacking the b5 guy, we have been looking at this, that king d4, because you really cannot take on b5. You might, oops, mouse slip there. You might want to keep your rook on f5, keeping pressure on both these guys over here. But then the king goes to e3, and well, once again it's like round and round, merry-go-round. We have to calculate and we have to see. But some moves have happened. Okay, luckily Gukesh goes rook a4. He doesn't go rook c5. I think this is important that he keeps the rook on a4, and the king goes to c3. But now Gukesh, in fact, forget about f6. He can go f5 and f4. But rook e4, why is he not pushing the f pawn? That is just going to make things very simple for him. I think what is happening is, now that Gukesh is moving the rook and Maksudlu is moving the king, for a while they will keep moving the rook to and fro, the king to and fro, and at some point Gukesh is not even going to think of f6 or f5, I believe, and that could land up in some danger as Maksudlu at the right time if he finds rook d2 idea. As of now, the king is too much on c3, so rook d2 and all is not going to work. He goes rook e4. Maksudlu is thinking maybe he'll go back king d3. Okay, very quickly until they are moving here on the 4th rank. Let's go to Pragnananda's game. Knight h4. We last left over here. Prag brings back his knight to f4. Maybe rook e6 also in the air. Bishop goes to f5. Stops rook e6, and here Prag is alert. He brings his rook to h2. A nice move. Attacks the knight on h4. Where is this knight going to go? Because nobody can defend it. The knight has to go to f3. If the knight would have gone to g6, it would have been a big blunder because of a pin, and you lose a material. No. First takes and then rook h6, and you lose an exchange. So it was forced to go knight f3 there, and Prag now goes rook h5. Once again attacks another piece on f5. So you see not many squares there. Not e4, not g6, not h7. Oh, where is this bishop going to go? But if you go bishop g4, then there is rook d5 check. Wow, you win another pawn. But if you go bishop e6, again a problem. It's in the pin. I think you can go rook h6. But there is a stronger move which the computer suggests, and that is d4 with the... Wow. This is nice. You cannot move the king away. This will be hanging. If the king goes there, d5 is hanging, and then now you realize that how a5, how the pawn is weak. So rook h5, Prag is having some initiative. As I said, no, this is not at all equal or anything. It can get complex in any way, but it is getting. So 2 minutes, 3 minutes to Prag, 6 minutes to Tabatabai, and he has to give a check here. He must find this move knight e1 check to stay in the game. Otherwise, Tabatabai can be in trouble because of these weaknesses here. Gaudi says, Amruta, see the chat. What's happening in the chat? Chat says, Rakesh says, high class game. Okay. Prag better. Oh, maybe while I was seeing Gukesh, you were all saying Prag is better. But yeah, we are looking at Prag's game. Both the games are interesting, and Tabatabai is using his time because it is definitely a critical moment. If he doesn't find knight e1, then he would be in trouble. Okay, so if he gives knight e1 check, let's again understand. Prag has king d2 and king b3. Both the moves look... But king b3, you are not defending this guy here. But there is no time. If you take bishop d3, that would be a mistake. Or no, rook d5 check. And the king goes to c6, so you don't have time to collect this. Oh, that would... No, so maybe king d2, yeah? Is it going to be a draw then? Because if you go king d2, if he gives knight f3 check, oh, is that a perpetual we are going towards? Oh man, that is a possible draw. Let's see what Tabatabai is thinking. Hari's game is interesting, says Vijay. I think right now is the complex situation for also us because so many games interesting. Did Gukesh make a move? Very quickly, I will just shift here and check. Oh, finally. After king c3, he went rook e4. Rook went to b4. Obviously, do not exchange. Rook e2 played by Gukesh. Rook f4, and here is forced f5, which is in fact a good news for Gukesh. Now, I can say that there is no worry in this game. Absolutely no worry in this game. King b5 is threatened. You are safe. Your rook is active. So Gukesh will hold this game. Okay. What happened? Rook h5. Oh, bishop e6 played. Bishop e6 by Tabatabai. It's a bad move. It's a very bad move. Why did he not give a check? Maybe Tabatabai is actually thinking that he is the one who has a better position. It could also be a wrong assessment. But now 1 second. You know what seems natural is rook at 6 because you want to pin this. But no, Prag says, forget about what is natural. Let me find something extraordinary. And he goes d4. Very, very good move. Very strong move. Almost giving him a big advantage. And why is this move giving such a big advantage? Guys, can you answer the reason? Why is this move such a strong move? There is a very big reason for this. Amazing. To find d4. And how much time did he think, by the way? Only 10 seconds. Maybe 30 seconds increments. So 40 seconds. He thought for 40 seconds. Himang says Prag is king. Bishop blocked. Yes, absolutely. Brilliant move. It's showing patience, you know. Here, you had rook h6. And you can say like, oh, I'm pinning. This is attack. Knight g5 is forced. And then you still had d4 here. You could do this. Absolutely. Okay. 1 second. My question is, why not rook g6? Because are you not winning here? There is king e5 and the king escapes, because if you take here, it's a counter attack. And now you see the idea behind d4. The idea is you have taken the square away. So I am winning a piece with rook h6. And if knight g5, there was rook g6. So that was the idea. At the same time, this bishop is blocked, but all of that is positional. Prag is going tactical with d4. So bishop f7. I think this is a move which Tabatabai missed, because it comes all of a sudden. And also what happens is the pawn on d3 was just not moving, and suddenly, all of a sudden, it goes d4. Wow. Okay, bishop f7. Now, once again, Prag to play. Welcome, Sagar Shah. You are here at a very, very nice moment. You know, here, Sagar, very quickly, I must show you. Prag is getting a winning advantage.
Wow. And Mukesh managed to hold it, or what?
Yeah, he will manage. That's going for a draw. But here, Prag finds an amazing move. d4, Sagar. The idea is to take the square away with the threat of rook h6, winning a piece if knight g5, rook g6. Okay. So d4. Bishop goes to f7, and now Prag goes rook h7. Once again, look at how this bishop is dominated by this knight.
No.
You can't go here, you can't go here. And the rook, of course, if bishop e6, this is the thing which we already saw. Rook h6, knight g5, and rook g6, and you win material. Earlier there was king e5, but this d4 move was so timely found.
So smart.
Okay, so rook h7.
This is the live position right now.
Yeah.
And Tabatabai right now has to sort of find some moves to hold it. Because if he loses, then already Hari is drawing and Gukesh will draw.
Let's quickly have a look. Yes, it's all in control. This is a draw. Gukesh should be able to hold, from that position of -3 or 4 or whatever. And Hari's position, still a draw. This is the most critical game if all of them end in a draw. And if Prag beats Tabatabai, India will be beating Iran.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. And that's what was needed to throw open this tournament, because Iranians had beaten China and Uzbekistan in the previous rounds and have been leading. As you can see, they are on 8 out of 8 match points. But Amruta, rook h7, is the bishop really trapped?
Okay.
Can we try and save it? Bishop g8.
Bishop
g8.
Rook g7. Pavam.
Okay.
Bishop e8.
Yeah.
Let chat find.
Pragnananda, man of the match, they are saying. Yeah, well, if this was some team sport like chess, of course it's team, but Prag definitely making all that go.
But king e7. But once again, knight d5 is just coming right now. But if bishop e8, let's. The chat has said rook h6.
Yes.
Ariman, Ankash.
But then he can just bring his bishop here, right?
No, what do you do? King. Where do you go?
You lose the d5 pawn.
There is knight d5, then there is rook a6, and a5 is weak.
So this is hanging. So that's the reason
Basically, the rook is stronger than the two bishops.
Right. Especially this
It's
guy.
like if you're doing tug of war, it's
Ah.
like one Yokozuna against two Amrutas.
Two, yeah, well, Yokozuna, of course,
मैं
if you're
two
playing
नहीं
tug
भाई,
of war,
10 Amrutas are also not
if,
enough
if you're playing tug
against
of war,
Yokozuna.
then maybe clearly Yokozuna is better against them. But if it is about tug of words, then maybe Yokozuna has no chance. Okay, King E7, but Amruta, let
Ankash is saying ये Yokozuna कौन है?
yeah, clearly Amruta. How did Amruta, notice? Come back, Amruta, come back. Don't. If you take this pawn, check, and you lose the rook.
Oh, no, you won't do that. आगे बोलो ना. I am noticing.
Now suddenly the chat is becoming very dangerous. So cannot commentate normally. But look at Prague. Notices it, gives a check, King G7, and now where will he go? This firstly, the knight is hanging, so he goes and defends it with his rook. And now Amruta, the C7 pawn is also hanging. Tabatabai in big trouble here. Amruta, was the
Wow.
position equal or what at some
Man,
point?
Prague was in slight trouble at some point.
It was in some trouble.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But then he's found some sequence of moves.
Yeah.
Amazing. Which was really amazing.
Well, Prague is known for grinding out positions, Amruta, and today he's shown why he is really a force to be reckoned with. Because now,
Yeah, by the way, Abhibav says the Hari drew. So, yeah, that game is
Oh.
also ended. And a quick look at Gukesh's game just to make sure that things are in control. Yeah, absolutely in control. Absolutely. So, it is going towards a draw.
nice. So Gukesh there, holding it at the gates for the team while Prague sort of getting in and bringing in the loot. So he is actually going to score the win. And guys, that would mean that Team India will surpass Iran on the leaderboard if this Prague manages to win. And we will have 9 out of 10 match points. And
Okay, but it's still a little early, right? Because the game is complex. There's still two pieces for rook. What I really like about the d4 move is also to, shut the door. It's like this guy is standing at the door.
Yes.
Open the door. Like,
True. But Amruta, where is your counterplay? Like, let's imagine that this
c5 at
pawn
some
is
point
hanging.
is.
You might do this to shut
right
the
now?
door. Yeah, like you said, it shut the door. So I go rook d7, pinning here and hitting this.
Bishop b8 is the only move, but then you lose the c5 pawn.
So that does not work.
No. So rook d8, black doesn't have a good. Oh, he is down to 15 seconds. Tabai. And
Tabatabai might have to take this. But Amruta, if you take, this endgame is
Bishop-
not at all easy.
c4. No, not c4. Sorry, d4 is hanging.
Even b4 with creating an a pass.
Now you see the power of the pawns actually.
He goes c6. So what would you do now? I was wondering.
Can you go rook d7? cd5, rook a7.
No, let's not win this bishop. Let's go.
I thought you win this bishop and a pawn. ठीक है,
But,
चलो,
but
जाने
maybe
दे.
Amruta, if you play rook d7, he might play bishop takes d4, right? Take.
Oh, nice.
Could
No,
be.
okay, fine. Let's not give him
How
any chance.
how about
for it.
knight e7? That's exactly what Prague does. Now attacking the c6 pawn.
Nice move there. So now if c5, do you still go? Yeah, he does
he
go
plays
c5. Maybe
c5.
not much option, but then you still go rook d7 like last time.
Yeah,
Oh, is the bishop getting tracked? Because after rook d7,
yeah.
if bishop b6, there is knight c8. But if
Ooh.
bishop
And
b8,
bishop b8, then take the pawn, right?
yeah, so rook d7 should be winning.
or knight c6. Even this seems like a nice move.
Yeah. Abhinash says Gukesh giving cover fire while Prag is going for the assault and Vidit and Hari holding fort.
Yeah, sort of very true this, that Prag is the guy who's bringing in the full point for Team India right now. Amruta mentioned that he was not winning some time ago, but that just goes to show.
No, but it was always complex, like he was never like losing or anything.
Prag goes rook d7, Amruta,
Yeah.
attacking the a7 bishop.
I like how the bishop, just to show visually how this bishop is trapped
Yeah.
with his own, pawns
Own
over there.
guys.
Yes.
Hamza Raja, the points are less, are the second on tiebreak. The first is match points. Bishop b8. And now
And now knight c6 करके a5 खाना है.
हाँ वही खा रहा है वो. He goes here and now attacks the bishop and this pawn.
Yeah.
But
But it was
also,
just a question like you want to eat gulab jam or you want to eat rasmalai.
right.
Hmm.
Or you want to eat
Ice cream.
Tobler one.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
I don't like Toblerone.
Or Rasgulla.
Oh, Rasgulla.
Knight d8. Oh, women's. What?
Yeah, they were winning. We 3-1 is for sure. Like
Oh.
if nothing, so
Okay.
they were safe. I
So
think
we
this
can
is the
we can
critical.
just wait here because
yeah.
they are also under time pressure. Tabatabai needs to make a
Because
move.
here this game, the whole match result is dependent.
For
yeah.
sure. For sure. By the way, Hari drew with it drew. Can we quickly see what Gukesh is up to? Because Amruta, on the other hand, now Parham would be seeing that, oh my god,
I mean, Parham today, once he goes back and he realizes so many moments he's missed, it's
I'm
going to be
actually very
really...
interested to see
That
where.
endgame is so much to study, Sagar. There have been moments where it was getting so complex. I would say it's such a rich endgame for knowledge of rook endgames.
Well, right now, Tabatabai's move is not being made, Amruta. What's happening?
Did he lose on time?
Prag
Or-
won.
Wait,
Tabatabai resigned.
where? The results are not yet.
Well,
Where?
chat is already saying it,
But where?
Amruta.
There's no
Prag
video,
won.
right?
Prag won. No, they know it. They know it, and I know the chat. When so many people say it, it is the result, guys. Prag wins, which
Wow.
means that right now India is leading the match 2-1. It all boils down to Gukesh holding this.
Amazing. Prague OP ho jaye chat mein, guys, because that was literally such an important game, and there were a few moments. We will look into that again, Sagar, because he found some amazing things in less time.
Yeah.
He was just holding on.
Okay, now
Rasgulla.
have to
Vivas Van Ramle, member for 33 months, pillar of Indian chess, says welcome, welcome, welcome. I wonder when we are going to hear that again. Acha, welcome, welcome.
very soon. Very
Sagar
soon.
bhai, what are the big tournaments coming up after this? Any possibility of death match 3?
Well, firstly, I think welcome might happen very soon. Deathmatch 3.0, yes, we want to do before the year end. And upcoming tournaments are Qatar first after Asian,
yes.
Qatar and Isle of Man, Grand Swiss. These are the events which are happening.
Qatar Masters from 11 to 20th. All guys, make sure that you see the whole. We'll be streaming from round 1, move 1. We have all the players, Prag, Gukesh, Magnus is playing, Anish, Nakamura, Ilam Bharti is playing. So I think one open tournament, hardly we can see, such tournaments where Magnus is playing. So it's going to be amazing.
Amruta, thoda tension nahi aa raha hai because the king can come here. The only problem is when it gets here, if the white rook can somehow get from here, then it could be something like black has
So
to
let me play from black, okay, and you try to play from white.
Okay.
King e5, king d7, natural for me. Or in fact, rook b2 is also natural. King e7. Then you go king g5, and for king f7 you have rook a7 check. Okay, that's a trouble, right? After king f7, rook a7 is a trouble.
Yeah, you are in trouble.
If I go king f7, na? Okay, so maybe rook b2.
Oh, he did play a move. And now if king f4, which seems like a very likely...
Hey, wait, for king f6,
Oh, how about,
rook b4
Amrita,
check.
how about first check here on e7? Cutting you off. I think...
King e8. I'm not worried because your king is cut anyway. Now can I go rook b4 check?
Rook b4, king g5.
Oops. Rook b4, king g5, rook g4.
Ooh, that's just lost for sure.
No? How sure?
King f6.
Oh, that is lost.
Yeah, actually not so simple. Goes king f4 first. He doesn't cut it off. Okay.
So then what? Rook b2?
Only move for Gukesh, rook b2. Can he find it in 1 minute 14 seconds? Now it's all like Prag has done the job. He's won the game. Gukesh needs to find this move. You can feel the entire Iranian country waiting for and hoping that Parham manages to get this win, while the entire India is waiting with bated breath. Will Gukesh find rook b2? That move should give us a draw and help us win the match. But if he doesn't play that, then he'll be under pressure, because king e7 is still okay. But king g5, and then suddenly the rook gives a check, and then the rook gets in from behind. It can get very tricky.
Oh, so it wasn't as simple, yeah, as we thought.
Yeah.
It was still, but 26 seconds. I think it's not about just finding the move, it's about finding the move in the less time. And man, that is getting dangerous. Because the problem, Sagar, the whole game Gukesh was under pressure. It's not just about this isolated moment of finding rook b2, but it's about the whole game you have been under pressure. And now the whole pressure, even over the team result.
Finds it. Rook b2. Plays the move. Now, let's see what
But
Parham
it's still
does.
not so easy now.
Not at all easy, because king g5.
Yeah.
Rook takes f2, king takes g6. Now this is
But
hanging.
can you go f4 now?
Very important move to break the structure. And after I take, rook takes, king takes h5. White is a pawn up,
King e7 on the
but
short
my
side.
king quickly
Reaching.
comes in and
Reaching.
manages to hold it. Rook b2. Gukesh making this move with just 15 seconds on his clock. Gukesh is definitely holding this well until now, but Parham has some more tricks up his sleeve for sure, Amrita. First question also is if rook f3 makes sense, but once you make your rook passive,
Yeah,
yes,
now king.
you've held on to your weakness, but after here,
Yeah.
king g5, king f7, you can't make progress.
Because there's no side checks. So
Yeah,
that
if
is
you could only give this check, then you are winning, but in that you lose this pawn. But still worth
worth a
just
try.
analyzing a bit. King I don't know, e8, king g6, but this we saw, right? f4 and draw.
Yeah, in fact, I would even not mind considering f4 over here.
Oh, nice. That's a cool move.
Oh.
Because king f4, there is check, and if pawn takes, again you take. Nice. Very strong. Okay, Parham has 6 minutes and he plays f3. You see how he's keeping that game going. He's not agreeing to a draw. But now I was wondering, Amrita, if we can go
now rook g2. I
rook
think.
g2. Yes,
Yeah.
keeping an eye on this pawn. I think rook g2 is very secure move, because
In fact, it is much safer, right?
oh no, rook g2, the problem could be rook a6, right? And then how do you defend this? Rook g2 does seem like a natural move, but it actually seems to lose.
Then do you need
lost.
then do you need to play rook b4 or what?
He
or
goes
rook
back
b6?
rook b6, but that's a mistake.
No, what could you have played?
Actually, the right move was king e7, king g5, and now rook g2 attacking. And you might think
f4?
f4, king f7, because in order to break this defense, you have to move the rook from the defense of this pawn.
This is very bookish, no, Sagar. It seems like a position which is there in the books.
But now
it's
Gukesh,
hard.
Gukesh under pressure once again.
Man, this is not easy. Not easy. at all.
Guys, everyone, very tense here. Tense moments for the entire nation. Because, Amrita, this is definitely the result which can decide if Iran will win the gold or not, because Iran has beaten China and Uzbekistan, and if they draw against India, then their path is clear. But if India beats Iran today, then India's chances become quite high. But
The
for now,
bar
it
is,
seems
yeah.
like
What a move.
one thing is, if
But-
you go rook a7, cutting the king off is one question, or king h6, cutting the king this way. What would you choose? There are two.
King h6, because maybe I don't want to calculate rook b3, let's say. So
Ah,
I'll start with king h6.
Very rightly pointed out, because here there is rook b3 attacking here.
If you take king g6, rook g, no, it's still rook
Yes,
g3
but
and
king
king
h6
f5.
may be more natural, right?
Yeah.
And then once again, Gukesh is under
Oh, that's
pressure.
happened on the
He
board.
finds it. Parham fighting hard.
Hey, but can you not go king f7, rook a7 check, and there is king f6?
True. But then rook g7.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
What
Man.
a variation there. King f6, rook g7 hitting here. There's no way to defend. You go here. I take this with a check and I come here. And Amrita,
King h.
now you play rook g5.
No, king h5. Once again, why not just take the pawn? Everything is defended.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. It's like my endgame. I
yeah.
played that one endgame, remember?
Yeah.
Against that girl.
Oh, yeah.
Something similar.
Yeah.
It's 2 pawns up, but maybe
Sharlarova.
it's a book draw perhaps. We do not know. King h6, Amrita going and getting an endgame book. Very tough, Amrita, to find. But it seems like Gukesh is definitely in trouble. Because check, and rook g7 is coming in. And then take this and defends this. And he might lose 2 pawns, and 2 pawns down. He may have to try and defend it. He goes rook c6. Rook 8 check has occurred. And the reason why this is risky is because next move I give a check and I put my rook on g7, and then there's no way to defend g pawn. Check. Where does the king go? King e6 maybe. Then there's king g6. King e6. King g6. I was thinking here to win this. Let's check. King here takes. Don't know, guys. King e6. He plays blunder. The best defense was king f6. But Amrita, rook g7. And this is so difficult to even understand, Amrita. The computers are saying this is a draw.
No, but how do you judge?
This is a draw. They think it's a draw.
I'm shocked.
Actually,
I'm shocked.
I'm also shocked. But I think it's because this rook can no longer move away. When it moves away, this pawn falls. Like rook g. There's no way to get out
No,
from
but
it.
what if king g5 and you start with the h pawn? Yeah, suppose
king
I play
g5.
king g5, what do you do?
Here.
And then king f5.
Check and you
then
lose
check.
the rook.
Oh, I can't take the pawn.
It's a fortress, but it's so difficult to understand. But now, after rook g, why he didn't take king g6? He could have taken this pawn, Amrita. But he goes rook g7.
Okay, guys, ended. Gukesh lost.
How? Why?
Time? Maybe?
Time.
No, wait. Let's see the moves now. What happened?
No, this didn't happen.
Oh,
Rook
time
g7.
then. Because after, what else otherwise? How can Gukesh lose?
No, Gukesh resigned.
Gukesh resigned? No, Gukesh. Why
Yeah.
will he resign?
He resigned. And maybe
No, but
he
it's complicated.
maybe he
Still.
resigned in a position which is not lost completely.
No, did he? Maybe his flag fell. I mean, we not. Oh, but he has 41 seconds
Yeah,
here.
no, he's resigned. He's resigned. And Amruta, I can tell you
Oh
that Gukesh
no.
felt he's losing this pawn and this pawn, and he
Yeah,
would be two
I mean
pawns
to
down.
realize it's a fortress is very hard.
So,
That, like, we also did not
for example,
realize, right?
this is a, by the way, this is a great move here. And guys, look at this. After you take this with a check, anyone would think, oh, two pawns down, this is over. But the problem is, now I just keep my rook here. What's your move as white? Because the moment you move your rook away, I win this pawn. If you play your rook, you lose the pawn. You can't have moves. Okay, you wait. I will go king f6 and defend. You want to bring your king up? I will wait. Make progress.
And this is
h5.
yeah,
Let's say
h5.
I still
I
wait.
can't.
You give a
King
check. I go back down.
King h7, and let's keep doing that. Is your king going to get locked on h8?
Yeah.
h6.
h6. Okay. Wait. Where is your win?
Check.
Check. King f6.
Can I go with king g8? There is
No,
rook
king
a8
g8 check. Check, sorry.
Okay, if I go king h8, then also check.
But I wait. What's your next plan? The moment your rook moves out, I take this pawn.
And if I go g4 at some point, let's say,
Yeah, that seems like a great try. Takes.
do I have anything like f6, f5? No, g3. Okay, rook g4. Just take it.
Take. Now, this is draw.
This is the HNF pawn, yeah?
This is a draw. This is a draw. In fact, it could very well be, if
Oh.
this is the position in which Gukesh resigned, it is very possible that he resigned in a drawn position.
Which was so hard to us. I mean, imagine Gukesh would have studied rook and games at this level, obviously, right? And this is the position I'm not easily
I'm
finding
not
in
sure.
Dvoretsky also.
No, I'm not
It's a
even
very
sure that
difficult
this.
position, man.
But Amruta, if you
To
remember, there was this one article which I had written about.
Was it the one where you were analyzing with Sandeepan in Pizza Hut for like hours and hours?
Yes, that is where I think it's the same endgame but slightly different.
Oh yeah.
Slightly different because it's in fact Gukesh's
It
endgame
is
much
so
better.
similar.
Much better because guys,
Maybe show
here is
maybe put the article link there.
this is the position I had as black. I was black. My opponent resigned in this position.
Same, right? And
Yes.
then it was like
I
a
took the
little
pawn with
premature.
f4, and then later I asked her, like, why did you resign? Because I feel that it's not easy to win this position. And if we now just go back to Gukesh's position after, a few moves that we made, it is very similar, but instead of the h pawn, there is the f pawn, which could mean that it's a much bigger improvement for black's defensive chances because these are the pawns.
Okay, but so what I can say is, Agar, when you have a time like 30 seconds in hand and you are seeing you are losing all these pawns, the first thing which comes to your mind is, okay, you are going to lose f5 also. Then you go a little deeper in the position and you realize that, okay, you are not losing f5. That, I think, with 30 seconds, I think that is the
Yeah, but
thing which can go wrong.
I mean, we do not have any footage, but it could be very interesting to know that when rook g7 was played, did Gukesh just feel like, oh, is it all done? I mean,
Yeah, because it feels like you are losing all the 3 pawns.
yeah.
And if you think you are losing 2 pawns, there are these possibilities with h and f pawn and those theoretical draws. Of course, he would be aware of that. But I think to realize that you are not losing that f5 pawn was very hard. Even I, of course, did not realize on a very quick note. But
it's not easy to
it's not
realize.
easy.
But the engine does support us and it says that this could have been a draw. So with this, the match is now 2-2. And Iran has managed to keep its lead in the tournament, which is massive. because as we already discussed, they have beaten Uzbekistan, they have beaten China, and now they have drawn India, which means that they have 9 match points and India has 8, which still means that there is a technical chance. But now we have to hope that someone comes and beats Uzbekistan, sorry, Iran, because if no one beats them, then we do not technically have a chance. Also, we need to still fight against China because we have played against Uzbekistan, but we haven't played China yet, which
Yeah.
means it's a tough match still coming up. Quickly going into the women's section, Vantika Agrawal has struck
Nice.
with a brilliant attack here.
Yeah, she won the game.
She won. Humpy won her game, which is
Yeah.
also amazing because she was okay. She was better and she won. And
Vaishali was ending in a
Vaishali-
draw all the time.
Vaishali right now, Amruta,
But what? She's
Is-
winning?
better.
Could be-
Yes,
could-
because she
could be.
wins this pawn,
Yeah.
and then the 2 pawns could
But
be.
because it is rook and game, I cannot say what's gonna happen yet.
Yeah.
Anything can change at any point of time.
And Savita
But
is winning.
Savita is just a rook up, man.
Yeah, so that means
Yeah.
India could score 4-0
That will be huge.
against Mongolia. That will
But
be
also
huge.
would matter what happened with China
In
versus
fact, China,
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, Dinara Saduakasova won her game against Zaimo. Zansaya and Tanjongi drew. Zhu Jinner struck back, so it's
equal.
1.5, 1.5.
So this game, Hu Yufan versus Bibisar are very important, but that is also ending in a
So
draw.
it should end in a draw, although Yifan is trying to press with the extra pawn. As we saw, Amruta, it's never easy in rook end games, but if it's a draw, then that means India is back up there, right?
India will go on 8 points,
India
and then
will go on
China
8.
will also be on 8, right?
Yes.
But then will matter the match points. But
Game
if India
points.
wins,
Game
game points. If India will win by 4 points,
we
4-0,
will
it will
move
be
to 15.
actually it will be an important thing. Every
Yes.
half and
Every
a
half
point.
point. So that's why Vaishali's game very important. Guys, women team could have a huge chance to win a gold. Of course, the tournament is still 4 rounds left. There's a long way to go in this tournament. So we cannot say, oh, gold or something. But today is a tough day for the open team, the men's team.
By the way, now Gukesh is India number 2. That's what
If
Akshat says.
yeah, true. And also Vishy will start playing today, it seems. No?
Yeah. Himang had mentioned Vishy is playing against. He mentioned the name, I did forget, but
Yeah, Vishy will play today. So Gukesh. Oh, by the way, here Vaishali got a bit tempted to win this pawn, but she could have just said, I don't care about these pawns, and started pushing her own pawns. So Rook G4.
Rook G4. But now Rook H6, yeah? H4,
Right.
B5. But that's what, it's a rook endgame, and in rook endgame you have to be very accurate until the end.
Yeah, Rook H6. Oh, by the way,
Yeah,
a
H4
mistake.
I thought.
Rook G3 check could have been a better way to continue because then the D pawn could have been strong.
Oh,
But now,
even I thought H4 is so
B5,
natural.
no? Just B5.
Why not?
Why not?
Wow. Okay, but tell me how many points did China today get? Then 2. That means they will go to 11.5 plus, I mean the game points I'm talking about.
2.
13.5.
Yeah.
And we will, if we win all 4, we will go to 15. So
Yes.
that will be 1.5 points more.
But you
in the
know,
second
Amrita,
tie
game
game.
points can be sort of,
Yeah.
they can
I-
get back.
Yeah.
But yes, technically India will be in number 1 spot if Vaishali wins, and also Savita, of course, is going to win this. I have no doubt. I mean, this mate. So Savita will score that win. So that would close the match 3-0. and now Vaishali would
Vaishali is
win this.
winning.
Actually, very important game.
Very important because, by the way, direct encounter would be if any ties would happen. That would be the thing, right? A direct encounter first.
No, game points is first.
Acha.
First tie break. Also, guys, India in women will have a strong chance at gold after this result of 4-0. I think, did we already play China or not in women?
I don't think we've played.
We played, no? We lost. We lost to them.
Ah.
Yeah, we lost. So right. We have played China.
Hmm.
So we have yet to play Kazakhstan.
That would be an important.
That would be an important match. In men, I think Iran has still one opponent who's tough left, and that is Vietnam. Because they have Le Quang Liem, they have Nguyen Ngoc Trongson, Le Tuan Min, and Tran Tuan Min. Well, the form that they are in, they look like the favorites against Vietnam, but still there is hope there. Yeah. So I think that is their last hurdle now. If Vietnam manages to somehow get a point, and India has to beat China, which is not going to be easy, but I think we are capable of doing so.
Rakshit says, fix the issue. Now we can see women's broadcast.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
I'll then get. Amruta, why are you so quiet?
No. I was just looking at some things there, but no, 4-0 by women's team is like really an amazing result. It's never easy to score all 4 wins, I would say, no matter what. Mostly एक draw तो हो ही जाता है ना.
हाँ.
So that's
Correct.
that's a good thing there. It's working.
Yes, it is working. Thank you, Rakshit, for fixing it. I think it will be very important in this tournament because India is doing so well in both sections and we have chances to win a medal in both.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's still 5 rounds to go.
Four rounds.
4, no?
Yeah.
No, okay. Anything can happen. Yes, practically the chances may be less or something, but they're not impossible or 0 for sure. So let's still be hopeful.
Yeah, we have to hope.
Because
we have to hope.
That does.
Because Amruta, definitely 2 golds does sound very good. So if we manage to win 2 gold medals,
Yeah.
that would be epic. But still,
But even
1 gold, 1 silver, or 2 silvers would be very cool.
yeah.
But yeah.
But at the end of it, let's not forget that whatever it is, they're all trying their best.
For
I
sure.
mean,
I
this
mean,
is important.
that is never in doubt.
Day, something can go wrong for some tournament. For somebody can go wrong. Sometime the same guy plays amazing in some other tournament. So the least we do is to criticize the players. That happens in cricket, and I don't think it should happen in chess. It's not what our chess community is. अच्छा खेला तो ये करो, बुरा खेला गाली दो, ये क्या है यार? मतलब you yourself are not perfect every single day, and then you just keep criticizing others. No, that's not that.
But Amruta, technically the chances of still winning are not very far. It's not impossible. That's what I also want to emphasize.
Right.
It might be that Iran is doing amazing, but today they were almost like on the verge of losing, right? So, but hats off to the Iranian team, right? What play, when that too without Firuza in the team. These 4 players playing so good. Parham, we have Tabatabai, Idani Poya, and Daneshwar Bardia. Phenomenal team performance by them.
Yeah, I did think actually Maksudlu like okay अभी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है कुछ नहीं हो रहा है but
हाँ.
he kept on and I think when Tabatabai lost he would have been more like you know he has to still keep going. Maybe it was a lot dependent sometimes on the other games. Okay, so A6 yeah, I mean it's about to end, yeah, 1 minute to max to max 2 minutes
Yeah.
and Vaishali is winning. There's no possibility to for any mess up. That's a good part. So
But
at
I'm
least
I'm a bit surprised that the bar is not showing already a win for
999
this.
is, I think, four nines are a win as of now. But okay, at least something better than,
Yeah.
you know.
So which means that here. Oh, I think she must have resigned, no, Amrita? Or Munguntul is thing. Time is running. Yeah.
Yeah, now B6 is coming in. Why is she thinking?
Check. Okay. Oh, B6
Then
is a
B6
mistake.
would be one check, yeah?
Check and you lose. So maybe
Is,
lose that pawn. So
uh,
king b4. Maybe just bring the king
yeah.
up. No hurry. No hurry. Or even Amrita, just take this pawn. Could be fine, right? Just take. No, but somewhere I don't want this king to come and blockade.
then go
Yeah.
X, then go A7, na? And then go King
Mm,
B4.
I don't want to play 7
Why?
king 8, some stalemating things. Don't want to get into it. Just play this, no? Shanti se.
Oh, nice. Oh, she goes King
Exactly.
B4.
King b4. Good move.
Wow. Prague would right now be looking at Vaishali's game. Vaishali might not know, right, what happened in Prague's game.
Yeah, no, I'm sure
I think they.
she went and checked because they put the kings in a way where you
Ah,
get to
yeah,
see
yeah, yeah.
what was the result.
That's true.
I believe Srinath is the captain of the men's team,
Hmm.
and Abhijit Kunte should be the captain of the women's team. So those are the two people there in China.
Nice. Divyanshu asked Sagar, do you think we are rotating perhaps too much? I understand fatigue and stress, but not sure about if the rotation messes up the rhythm of players.
But generally in team tournaments, in chess, a good team generally has five very decently playing players. So you generally keep switching. For example, now tomorrow, very likely that Gukesh might take a break. Uh, and that is very common in chess that the player who doesn't perform the best takes time off, tries to recover, and then comes back. It's never happened, I feel, that a team is of five players, very strong, and then they all like only four keep playing and one is rested. I think
Hmm.
in chess that hardly happens. But maybe in some other sports it does. By the way, nice move here. King a6 and b7 is coming up. So the only thing is, if there were no pawns here, then
Stalemate.
there are stalemate ideas. But I think Vaishali is making use of these pawns to her advantage and making this happen. For now, what I felt overall is that in the team, Arjun perhaps was not in the best form, so
Hmm.
they gave him rest for this most important game. And now he will be back tomorrow.
But I also don't know that how this. I mean, it's all what we can only assume stuff. At the end of it, we don't know. It could be like who. If Arjun himself says I don't want to play tomorrow, that is a possibility. Or if they say that maybe it's it's also depends on who could be the opponent and who has a better score. Previously, what is the history between the players? So too many things for us to.
Yeah. Also, somehow I do feel that these team events do get very stressful, no? At times, it's the beauty of chess. By the way, Vaishali has won, which means
Oh,
India beats
wow.
Mongolia 4-0.
Brilliant score
India
in
women's team.
women's.
And we can maybe talk a bit till Huifan won.
Crazy. So China
Oh.
has gone to 9, but how did that rook end game? It was a rook end game, right, Sagar?
Yeah. I mean, we saw it was a draw at this point, right?
Yeah.
We saw that we actually the time when we saw was
Later.
here.
Yeah, here.
Here. This is a draw. This is a draw. Let's see how Ifan managed to convert
But
it.
also,
King
Bibi
G7.
Sara is very strong that like she could kind of mess this up.
So rook here. Okay, that's fine. Maybe a very logical move is to cut the king off like this. That's what she did. H4. Wait. Yes.
And
Okay, fine. Nothing. No. Why to go back?
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
wait. Then she went back. Fine. King H3. Wait. Rook goes in. Wait. Check. King here. Here. King here. All okay.
No,
All
I think
equal.
he blundered later. This is all fine.
Check. King up.
Oh, but now the king comes out.
But no, this is still holding, right? King e5. Now she's threatening to check and trade. So maybe you have to give a check. Already it feels, Amruta, the question does remain that why to go here and why not to play a move like rook a2 cutting the king off? Isn't that a good idea? Cutting this off.
I like it, yeah.
And then when you come here, why not come rook c3 to cut the king off like this?
Yeah. Natural.
So-
Rook c3, very natural.
Yeah, she allowed the king to come up, and while it's still a draw, now it becomes tricky. Check. King g7, king f4, waits. This is the last mistake, but so difficult to understand because the drawing move is king f7. What difference does it make if the king is on g7?
King g. No, what king? No, g3 is angry.
Rook e3 is a threat. Oh, she had to stop rook e6 basically. That was the point.
Rook e6, rook e3.
Yeah,
But
because
still, what? One second. Even if we get rook e6, rook e3.
then it's over, no? Because then rook e5 takes. So you can't come now. You can't trade. So you have to move back. Now rook e5.
Oh. In a way, a tactical error.
Even for Kazakhstan, it's the same pain
Yeah.
that they were so close to a draw, and
Yeah.
China manages to win. So which means that it's actually not a great result for India because China now leads with 9 match points. Although India still follows. So in both sections, we are now 1 match point behind the leaders. But game points wise, we are ahead. in both sections.
That is funny.
But match points is the key, right? Because every match gives you 2 points for winning it. So India has to hope that someone stops Iran in open and we keep winning, and someone stops China in the women and we keep winning. Only then can we win gold. Otherwise, we may have to fight for the silver medal, and which is going to be exciting. 4 more days of chess still left. Guys, you all have been tremendous. Please do like the stream if you enjoyed the commentary, and also
subscribe.
do subscribe. And Amruta, can we just very quickly, or maybe I'll analyze it later and publish a video on Prag's win, because
Yeah, that would be important because I think he really played a great game.
Yes.
So you should do that.
We will do that later. Guys, you can check it out on our channel. You can also go back and check Amruta's commentary. She was like full of energy. I had gone and take some rest, but she went on and on. Thank you all. See you all tomorrow. We will improve this standings here because it's everyone's a bit confused. What is MP? What is points? So we will.
If we can just write their match points is, yeah.
I did put if MP is equal, then
But
we go to
MP
points.
only they don't know, na? Match point.
Got it. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Yeah.